What's that? Nabi? That's it? Honorable members, at the break, we were debating a compendium of bills. I presume we are now ready. And I see East Grand Bahama is on his feet. So the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is again an awesome privilege to be able to stand in this honorable House and to represent, Madam Speaker, the good and all of the special people of the East Grand Bahama constituency, which is the largest constituency in the Bahamas, has the most registered voters in the Bahamas, and I am proud to represent the constituency that has the most registered voters in the Bahamas.
Miami.
6,500, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wish to offer my condolences to the families of Ann Carey, whose family is from Pelican Point, a very, very large and great family from Pelican Point, the Lang family. Jeffron Kemp, who just died, actually died this morning. And from High Rock Community, Joan Cooper from Freeport area, Alexander Cooper, Diane Lewis, and also Siobhan Lang Thomas. Our thoughts and our prayers are with that family, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wish just to address just a couple of matters from the constituency of East Grand Bahama and Grand Bahama in particular. Madam Speaker, the East Grand Bahamas constituents witnessed the press conference that was done yesterday by the Prime Minister. And the Grand Lucayan, as you know, is in the constituency of East Grand Bahama. And we have many employees in East Grand Bahama. The Prime Minister's response on the Grand Lucayan, Madam Speaker, was not only inadequate, for many workers, it really was a slap in the face. Maybe the Prime Minister was not aware, but at the time his remarks were delivered, employees had not been paid for more than 3 weeks. Yet there was no acknowledgement of their hardship and no apology. These are real people who rely on their wages to feed their families, pay their rent, and to survive. To speak of ignoring the noise while workers go unpaid reflects a troubling disconnect from the, to speak of ignoring the noise while workers go unpaid reflects the troubling disconnect from the lived reality in Grand Bahama. Equally concerning is the Prime Minister's continued failure to directly address the public on the Grand Lucayan, despite previous promises to do so. Instead of clarity, Bahamians are left with its complex, with many parts, and repeated assurances without substance. Critical questions remain unanswered. When will the hotel be turned over to the new owners? When will the renovation start? What are the timelines for development plans? And most critically, the government, where is the $120 million? Was it received or not received? In Grand Bahama, the Grand Lucayan has become a symbol not of progress, but of delay and uncertainty. The Prime Minister's remarks yesterday cannot be divorced from the very specific timelines that this government itself placed on the Grand Bahama International Airport, and which have now come and gone. As far back as March 2023, the Deputy Prime Minister publicly stated that preliminary works would have begun immediately, and that phase 1 of the airport development would be completed the first quarter of 2025. The same timeline was repeated again in June of 2023, when the public was assured the project remained on track for first quarter 2025 completion. In early 2024, those assurances were reinforced once again with statements that demolition and on-site works would commence within 30 days and that phase 1 would be completed by April 2025 at the latest. Yet today, those deadlines have passed and are clearly unattainable, and the government has still not provided a revised completion date, a clear explanation for the delays, or an acknowledgement of the original timelines being missed. This is why public confidence has eroded. It is not because Grand Bahamians oppose development. We want and need development. It is because specific promises were made. Those promises were repeated and not kept. When timelines shift without explanation, people stop believing what they are told. Public skepticism is not political. It is reasonable, justified, and earned. Madam Speaker, the opposition also takes note of the announcement of a memorandum of understanding with Emera in relation to the Grand Bahama Power Company. And we acknowledge the importance of energy reform to the people and the economy of Grand Bahama. Reliable and affordable electricity is essential to lowering the cost of living, supporting business growth, and strengthening national development, and any initiative that may advance those objectives deserves careful and serious consideration. However, Madam Speaker, an MOU is not an agreement. It is a starting point. As purported in Dave McGregor's letter to the staff, and I quote from his letter, "While discussions are active and have been productive, there is no final agreement at this time." And that letter was sent out this morning and received by employees today. He further, or it is reported that he says in his letter to staff, learning about this through a press conference is far from ideal. Our overwhelming, and I quote, "our overwhelming preference was to ensure that we could complete a transaction before any information was shared. But the Prime Minister felt the news could not wait," end quote. He suggests that there is a, quote, "possible option for the government to purchase the Grand Bahama Power Company." Well, Madam Speaker, if the purchase of the Grand Lucayan is in his words, a possible option, what are the other options? And why didn't the Prime Minister mention any of those other options during his press conference? Madam Speaker, people are left to ask, is this just a pre-election public relations exercise? At this stage, the government has not provided us with the critical details required to properly assess the proposal. Do they even know these details? Is it proposed that the government will be purchasing all of the assets belonging to the power company? Will the government be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of those assets? What are the financing arrangements underpinning the transaction, or the extent of the public resources that may be committed? Who will manage the company? What is the capital investment, particularly on maintenance, systems upgrades, and how will operational costs be funded? And how will these decisions be made ultimately, and how will these decisions affect electricity rates for consumers in Grand Bahama? The Prime Minister has spoken of government control of the power company. Yet at the same time, BPL across the country is moving in a direction of less government control. How will the GBPC fit in the overall energy plan for the Bahamas? The government has seen fit to make the announcement. So tell the whole story, Madam Speaker. Opposition, therefore, calls on the government to table the MOU. Let the Bahamas properly evaluate it and disclose your plans for the proposed structure, financing, ownership, management responsibilities, and implementation timetable so that this initiative can be evaluated openly, responsibly, and in the best interest of the people of Grand Bahama and Bahamas as a whole. Madam Speaker, the opposition wishes. I now move to the bills.
Stop that, man. Stop that, man. Stop that, man.
The opposition now wishes to state at the outset that we agree with the Prime Minister on one fundamental point, that climate change is an... Madam Speaker, we will not be quiet. We represent the people.
Yes, sir.
And these are relevant questions that have been raised by the people. So, Madam Speaker, the opposition wishes to state that at the outset that we agree with the Prime Minister on one fundamental point, that climate change is an it is a serious threat to the Bahamas. As a low-lying archipelago nation, our economy, our communities, and indeed our very sovereignty are on the forefront of rising seas, stronger storms, and accelerating coastal erosion. There is no debate in this House about the seriousness of the challenge, nor about the urgency of action. I believe all of us, on their side and on our side, would agree with that position. Madam Speaker, we support strong international advocacy, access to climate finance, and coordinated national responses that recognize climate change as not merely an environmental issue, but a development, fiscal, and national security concern. Madam Speaker, while the opposition accepts that climate change is rightly treated as a whole-of-government issue, we must ask whether this administration has struck the proper balance between coordination and concentration of power. International best practice is clear. Most countries do not remove climate governance entirely from their environment ministries. Instead, they adopt a hybrid model to allow the Prime Minister to lead on diplomacy and finance while preserving technical independence, environmental safeguards, and transparent oversight. In jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, Canada, Barbados, and New Zealand, climate authority is either anchored in a dedicated ministry or guided by an independent statutory body precisely to guard against politicization and unchecked discretion. Yet in the Bahamas, we now see climate policy, carbon markets, and climate finance increasingly centralized in the Prime Minister's office, raising legitimate questions about accountability, independent environmental review, And, Madam Speaker, the opposition therefore calls on the government to explain how it intends to align their approach with international best practice and ensure that coordination from the center does not become control without accountability. Madam Speaker, the opposition is also compelled to raise several concerns about accountability and value for money in relation to the government's international travel on climate matters. We refer to the over $1 million in public funds which was spent on the COP29 trip. Yet, to date, there has been no full accounting to the Parliament explaining how it is possible for a single overseas engagement to incur such an extraordinary cost. No detailed breakdown has been laid, no justification provided, and no assurance given to the Bahamian people that these funds were spent prudently. Climate change is too serious and public money too precious for questions of this magnitude to go unanswered. The opposition therefore calls on the government to provide a full, transparent accounting of all COP29 related expenditures so that advocacy abroad is matched by accountability at home.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has spoken eloquently on the world stage about the centrality of transparency and accountability in climate action, and the opposition agrees with him. But we now say respectfully that those same principles must be applied at home.
Absolutely.
In the Prime Minister's COP29 keynote address, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Transparency is not merely a reporting requirement. It's the backbone of real lasting climate action," and warned that without transparency, we risk losing accountability and momentum. Madam Speaker, those were powerful words. And they should guide this government's conduct domestically as much as its rhetoric internationally. When over $1 million of public funds are reportedly spent on a single COP trip without a detailed accounting to Parliament, transparency demands an explanation. The Prime Minister himself said that transparency, quote, "builds trust and lays the groundwork for meaningful climate action," end quote. And, Madam Speaker, the opposition simply asks the government to take its own advice by ensuring that climate leadership abroad is matched by openness, scrutiny, and fiscal accountability here in the Bahamas at home. For years, Madam Speaker, we have also been told of the enormous potential revenues, transformative opportunities, and billions in natural capital value of the carbon credit market. Yet Parliament and the public has yet to receive a clear accounting of how much money the government can potentially receive, or has it actually received any funds? And that is from the carbon credit market, not by any other means. We got the report about the debt swap. Where are the specific figures, timelines disclosed, detailed reporting on transactions, pricing, and revenue flows? Transparency cannot be selective, and accountability cannot be optional. These carbon assets belong to the Bahamian people,
Yes.
not to any administration, and managing them in silence undermines public trust. The opposition is not opposed to innovation or climate finance, as was said by the leader and the member for Marco City. There are some very innovative, smart, young Bahamians, talented young Bahamians who are doing some very, very good things. But we need the policy makers to disclose what the potential benefits will be to the people. Madam Speaker, we are opposed also. We are not opposed to innovation, to climate finance, but we are opposed to governing in the dark. Bahamians deserve honesty, we deserve honesty and disclosure and oversight, not projections without proof and promises without accountability. And so, Madam Speaker, East Grand Bahama rests with respect to this, other than to say we are very concerned with respect to the remarks that were made by the Prime Minister when he spoke in Grand Bahama. He unfortunately left far more questions than answers. Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Today I rise on behalf of the hard-working people in the great constituency of Tall Pines and to thank them for their gratitude and constant and continuous support. I also want to lend my support to the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2025 and the Climate Change and Carbon Market Amendment Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I've been around this honorable place for a while and agree that we all have a duty to seriously debate and pass legislation that advances and protects our citizens and residents throughout our archipelago. With climate change having such a great impact globally, particularly on small island development states like the Bahamas, these two bills help us to establish a clear legal framework to strengthen and coordinate the national response to climate change. The Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2025 formalizes the existing Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit as the central coordinating body for national climate action. This is not something unique to the Bahamas. We see this in many jurisdictions globally as well as regionally. This unit strengthens the interagency coordination, supports evidence-based policy development, and ensures that the Bahamas can meet its regional and international obligations, including reporting under the Paris Agreement. It also provides for structured oversight to climate finance, to loss and damage initiatives, action for climate empowerment, and monitoring carbon market activities. While the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill 2025 seeks to amend the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Act by transforming or transferring the responsibility of reporting the country's obligations to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which I fully support. Now, I happen to be one of the individuals who travel from time to time with the Prime Minister to the United Nations and some of the COP conferences. And I can say this, that what we are doing here is nothing unique to the Bahamas. I saw the member for East Grand Bahama spoke about accountability and transparency, and I want to assure him that we're not doing anything below the radar. We're doing things that will be reported and be released in the appropriate time. For years, our Prime Minister has led the charge and represented our country well globally. I know, at COP29, I was there, and I could tell you, I was proud to be one of those individuals in the audience, not only to see the international support he has, but how he is steering this whole aspects of climate change in small development states. It is something that everyone in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas should be proud of. Earlier, I've heard the back and forth. I've heard the back and forth. Listen to me. we were in Azerbaijan. We were in Azerbaijan. I can explain to you what we were doing in Azerbaijan. We were in Azerbaijan. And I'm going to speak a little bit, and that's the reason why I want to speak today. I want to speak a little bit about the Health National Adaptation Plan. One of the few health adaptation plans in the Caribbean that has led the way for us to get Green Climate Fund grant funding. And I'm going to speak a little bit about that because the only way you could access these fundings if you are on the circuit and you're making the necessary presentation. And I'm proud to say that when I attended COP29, the Ministry of Health and Wellness had a booth in collaboration with CARICOM, but also represented the country internationally, and there's evidence to prove that what we're doing in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas not only line up what the Prime Minister is doing, but it's leading the way for us to access lots of the grant funding that is out there in the world. And we are leading the way, and it started with our first visit in COP28, where we accessed funds, grant funds, by the Green Climate Fund that allowed us to invest in all of the consultancies free of charge through that funding that is able for us now to put ourselves on the international market to access grant funding around the world. I will lay the Health National ADA plan, which I am responsible for the Ministry of Health. And so I know exactly what my role is. Many other ministers, because climate change is a multi-ministerial approach. It affects every ministry, and every ministry is actively involved in leading the climate charge under the direction of our Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, climate change is no longer a distant environmental issue. It is a present and growing health emergency. The impact of climate change, including the rise in temperatures and sea level, stronger hurricanes, flooding, and unprecedented weather poses significant risks to public health issues in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. These conditions increase the incidence of heat-related illnesses, vector-borne diseases like chikungunya, malaria, and all of these different diseases, and also waterborne diseases that could affect us in our growing tourism industry. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island spoke about our numbers going up. But we have been closely monitoring through our surveillance unit and the climate change-related vector-borne and waterborne illnesses that could potentially affect our industry and prevent the initial growth. These are the reasons why we need to be involved. And also, respiratory conditions linked to poor air quality. Do you know with climate change and the wind factor, we have the Sahara dust that comes into our environment, and it actually potentiate and exacerbate respiratory illnesses, mainly with people who suffer from chronic respiratory diseases. Let me say that climate change speak about the recent hurricanes, and to know that these are real phenomena that also impact the discussions with the Ministry of Agriculture for food security, and poses a direct threat to our people, our medical infrastructure, and our country's ability to deliver health services and support our health system. Do you know climate change also affects mental illness? It also affects climate migration. People move. Madam Speaker, each government ministry has a role to play. And how we mitigate against the effect of climate change and health sector is not exempted, and it is a real reality that we are facing in our country. Health facilities significantly consume energy, water, and medical materials. Hospitals and clinics operate around the clock and rely heavily on electricity for cooling, for monitoring, diagnostics, and life-saving equipment. Hospitals and health facilities generate substantial waste, human waste, as well as medical waste. That is why reducing emissions in health facilities should not be about sacrificing care. It requires us to deliver care more efficiently and more sustainable. Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit support the objective by strengthening the framework that enables coordinated planning, access to financing, and cross-sector collaboration. Now, just like pandemic preparedness, climate change in most countries is centralized in the office of the Prime Minister, and usually the office of the Prime Minister is the one who leads the charge because he has the capability to coordinate ministries better than any single ministry. I know, because the same thing exists in pandemic preparedness. Pandemic preparedness, if there's a threat that comes into the country, it's difficult for the Ministry of Finance to execute the resources. It must be controlled by the Office of the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister, and we become the focal point to the international organization for the regulatory framework. That's how it's done for pandemic preparedness, and that's how it's done for all of the aspects associated with it. The Prime Minister's office is the authority to coordinate disaster preparedness. Look what happened in Jamaica. After hurricane, the Jamaican government took disaster preparedness back to the office of the Prime Minister. And there was no disrespect to the minister responsible. The Prime Minister is the one who has the capability to coordinate all ministries. And we need that authority in the event of any climate change, environmental disaster, or any situation associated with pandemic preparedness. Y'all couldn't get to Abaco after Dorian. I was to Abaco before y'all come. I was there when the bodies were all over and there was no one, there was chaos on the ground. I saw the Americans before I see y'all. Madam Speaker, to help achieve our climate change and health goals, the Bahamas Health National Adaptation Plan 2023 to 2030 was delivered by the Ministry of Health. I'm proud of it because it's the first one or one of the first ones in the Caribbean, and it has been approved by our cabinet in 2024. This work, which is the culmination of more than 3 years of international work with input from local stakeholders and experts, our consultants from the Green Climate Fund engage through grant funding in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization, and it was formally launched in the international community. And if you Google it, you will see the great things they spoke about the National or Health National Adaptation Plan. Madam Speaker, my ministry's Health National Adaptation Plan strengthens the healthcare system and to prepare our response to climate change impacts. We have seen it. Hurricane after hurricane. We chasing Peter to pay Paul. We bumbling, we fumbling. These kind of things prepare us, where ministries have their own adaptation plan to address the issues. I know health is leading the charge, and we're leading the charge in the region. It prioritizes climate resilient health infrastructure. It enhances health disease surveillance. It deals with the issue to improve disaster preparedness and the protection of vulnerable, low-lying populations across the country. That's the bulk of our islands. Bulk of our islands. And our last hurricane in the southern Bahamas, we knew the challenges when we saw what was coming over Jamaica. If we had that same force, we understand the complication. That's why we decided to move our people. We had pretty much mandatory evacuations. This is all based on the science and the preparedness that is necessary in collaboration with the minister associated, South and Central Andros, to prepare us and for us to do a better job during these tropical cyclones. This innovative plan integrates health into the national climate policy, promotes intersectorial collaboration. It builds our workforce, providing training, usually from grant funding and international organizations that you come in contact with when you travel. They don't come to you, my brother. You got to go to them. And if you don't get up off your laurels here and go there, you don't be a part of what's happening globally. It builds workforce. It helps us to control data, governance capacity, to safeguard public health sectors across the Bahamas, and to protect our environment. The HNAP places the Bahamas among one of the many Caribbean countries dedicated to health adaptation framework. Today I'm pleased to formally lay in this Parliament the Commonwealth of the Bahamas Health National Adaptation Plan that is internationally recognized and has outlined exactly what is required in order for us to prepare ourselves from 2026 to 2030. Madam Speaker, my ministry has continued its work in reaching the target outlined in this plan. With the estimation and the multi-stakeholder international climate change team and the health, and the Ministry of Health Technical Advisory Group, in support with the Climate Change Fund and health teams in my ministry, we have partnered with the Department of Meteorology to develop health heat bulletins that provides information and warning during periods of extreme heat. This is important because across the region we are noticing higher temperatures, and with the elderly population, we find ourselves in a position where if we do not monitor them, we can find them falling into areas of heat stroke. Additionally, using this practical model that we adopted from COP29, piloted in Baku, Azerbaijan, over the past 5 months, the climate change team in the Ministry of Health has traveled to many family islands, identifying suitable locations and culturally appropriate ways to introduce cooling centers across the country. These centers will provide cooler environments for vulnerable groups, mainly the elderly and children who have predisposing illnesses, and in communities where access to relief for cool temperatures to ensure that our individuals don't have heat stroke can access. During these visits, our team held technical meetings with local government and public health sector partners to discuss common strategies and mitigation of climate-related health practices. Madam Speaker, as a partner in the national work for climate change, my ministry has enthusiastically participated in the climate tagging exercise within the national budgetary allocation process. Through this work, we have identified areas in the health sector that demonstrates the government commitment to reducing its carbon footprint. We have to lead by example. Our Prime Minister is a great champion for climate change. And so we must lead by example. We lead by example by reducing our footprint and greenhouse gases. We understand that these measures encompasses both the private and public sector, and we are working through the Office of the Prime Minister to access baseline data on the contribution of health facilities and the national carbon footprint and greenhouse gases emission. This is happening in the Ministry of Agriculture. As an agriculturist, Marco City, you know that in husbandry, you produce a lot of greenhouse gas, and the list goes on when we're looking at goats and when we look at sheep and all of the dairy aspects of poultry, all of that. But we have to control it. We have to control it. The Minister of Agriculture will soon be here. You will have an opportunity to speak with him. I wouldn't be able to jump out of my jurisdiction. I'm speaking about health. I'm speaking about it. Concurrently, in alignment with our HNAP, my ministry is drafting a plan that provides guidance to support emission reductions and resilience in the public health system. This includes the introduction of certification systems for climate-smart facilities with bronze, silver, gold, and platinum designations. These designations will be distributed based on performance across the 9 core areas, including governance, energy use, infrastructure resilience, water, waste management, sustainable procurement processes, low carbon operation, energy preparedness, and workforce capacity. Madam Speaker, while climate change initiates the backdrop for all of us who are privileged to serve in ministries, the Ministry of Health and Wellness have been primarily funded through our ministry's climate change line item that was put in that in 2023. The scale of the implementations required to access more sustainable funding. And the reason why we are constantly at COP is we are going after grant funding. Currently, the National Climate Change Grouping within the Office of the Prime Minister is advancing in its pursuit of several financial streams, of which the Ministry of Health is well positioned, finally well positioned. You don't go to the international market if you don't meet the basic requirement. This is one of the basic requirements to access health grant funding, is you have to have the National Adaptation Plan. You can't even get in the door. And the system, in order to do so, was provided for us from our COP visit to get grant funding by the Green Climate Fund, where we had access to this funding that helped international consultants for us to produce this document in collaboration with our technical experts at the ministry. With implementation costs in this particular Health National Adaptation Plan in excess of $273 million over a 7-year period, the Health National Adaptation Plan will require innovative and sustained grant funding in order for us to execute much of what is in this plan. We are seeking grant funding. This is all based on grant funding. It's about grant funding. It's going into these international organizations who are emitting high doses of carbon and begin to lay our case to say, listen here, you're doing this, we're experiencing the tropical cyclones, we're experiencing the weather patterns, and we need to be compensated. And so the Ministry of Health is seeking compensation via grant funding for the impact of health issues brought on by the devastating effects of climate change. Huh?
Are we seeking or the fund amount is 270?
No, we're seeking, in the establishment of this plan, we looked at all the areas associated with health.
Yeah.
And we decided, in collaboration with our consultants, in order for us to meet the requirements outlined in this plan, there is a figure of $273 million over a period of time. And we present our case nationally and internationally, seeking funding from these organizations who are looking to support countries impacted by the negative phenomena of climate change. And this is the document to get in the door to state your case so you could get access to this funding. This is what's going on. Madam Speaker, by improving energy efficiency, embracing renewable energy, redesigning infrastructure, reducing waste, leveraging digital health, and empowering our workforce, the Bahamas can build a health system that heals rather than harm. So for me as the Ministry of Health, I have been mandated to get my house in order at my facilities to reduce my carbon footprint. And all ministries have the same responsibility. And this is because of constantly interacting with the international community at these conferences where you could learn, where your team could be exposed, and where you can get additional training and consultancy support, usually via grant funding.
You know, we've been to these conferences for less than $1 million, right? I just want to...
Between me and you,
Just to be clear.
between me and you, I can tell, yeah.
Less than $1 million.
Did you get anything? Did you come back? What you come back with? What you come back with?
More than the projected 273.
Nothing.
All of us.
What you got?
Funding for Dorian, relief came from $1 million.
All right, my brother, that will be justified. I'm telling you what we're doing. Allow me to finish telling you what we're doing. We're seeking grant funding. And it ain't nothing wrong with seeking grant funding. We didn't create the mess. We did not create the bad weather. The carbon emissions is not from the Bahamas. The Bahamas produce less than 0.01% of greenhouse gases, but yet we take the brunt and the hit. And someone need to pay, and they're the countries that are emitting the greenhouse gases.
Yes, also cost. I mean, like a million.
Climate change is a cross-sectional challenge that affects the health and safety of all Bahamians. This bill strengthens national climate change governance. It improves coordination and supports sectors such as the health sector in enhancing resilience, safeguarding lives, and ensuring continuity of essential services throughout our archipelago. Every year, we are susceptible to hurricanes, and it usually goes through our archipelago, destroying healthcare infrastructure. And it puts the Ministry of Health in a position where we're chasing the wind. Every hurricane that comes, the infrastructure is destroyed, we got to rebuild it. Now, we're doing a lot because in our Health National Adaptation Plan, we realize that we have to design the clinics different. They need to be EDGE certified. They must be able to sustain the necessary wind. The problem within our archipelago is a lot of the islands are below sea level or at sea level, and some of our clinics are coastal. So we have challenges, and we are being directed on how to do it, and incorporated in the National Health Adaptation Plan, we have embedded the factors associated with getting grant funding to assist us to ensure that we are able to provide appropriate healthcare services throughout the country. I know in most countries, the Office of the Prime Minister is responsible for the coordination of climate change. And there's no difference in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I believe the amendment to this bill will add value because our Prime Minister is not only operating from the Office of the Prime Minister, he's also the Minister of Finance. He also has the capability to activate our police officers and all uniformed branches in the event of a natural disaster. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health National Adaptation Plan is an awesome piece of work, and I want to thank my entire technical staff at the ministry. We worked hard with this in collaboration with consultants from around the world via grant funding, and this has led the way now for us that we are presently at the table negotiating grant funding for many aspects as it relates to ensuring that we're able to provide health and reduce the instances of vector-borne and airborne diseases as a threat to our public health throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order the document be brought up. Thank you. Order the document to lie on the table. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to raise a question of the minister or maybe the member for South and Central Andros. One of the concerns that was raised with me before walking into Parliament was one of the workers at the Grand Lucayan who was asking about whether or not they have access to a letter. For example, whether it's a severance letter, they have to carry the NIB in order to get unemployment assistance. So I just wanted to know whether or not a determination had been made on whether workers can have some documentation to carry into to NIB. Thank you.
Yes, Marco City, I don't have that information. I'll try to get it for you. Okay.
As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas, people of Coconut Grove, Black Village, Big Pond, Rock Crusher, and Oaksfield community. Madam Speaker, give thanks to Almighty God for allowing me to wake up again in the greatest nation in the world, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and just grateful for the opportunity to participate, Madam Speaker, in in this debate. Before I get into the substantive portions, Madam Speaker, of this particular bill and this debate, as well as a few items that have been, we've started litigating it in this debate. I do want to express my thanks, Madam Speaker, to all of those persons who would have supported my mother and our family during this difficult time in the passing of my late stepfather, who's been in my life for 42 years, I'm 49 now, former police officer and former stalwart councilor of the Progressive Liberal Party, Mr. H.L. Roll. I am grateful, Madam Speaker, as we laid my father to rest this past Saturday, to say on behalf of the family that we are grateful to the Progressive Liberal Party for the memorial held at PLP headquarters, and we are grateful to the support of the Free National Movement and the leadership and all members for supporting my family during this difficult time. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. Madam Speaker, I do also want to thank the member for, the name ain't changed yet. That's for when the election is called. So right now, it's still South and Central Andros. Yeah, well, I see what's there, South and Central Andros. Do want to thank the honorable member who was very diligent in ensuring that senior representatives from the Water and Sewage Corporation came to a community meeting that I had with persons in the Big Pond community on Big Pond Park. For those who would have had the opportunity, I know the member of Angleton, one time ago, Big Pond was in her constituency, if I'm not mistaken. Everybody knows that it's a tight-knit community. They don't let politics get in the way of the things that need to be done for the people of Big Pond. And so it was important to have a community meeting and to have the personnel from Water and Sewage to discuss the vexing issues of sewage issues, water pressure issues, and in fact, that evening while we were meeting, Water and Sewage was in Big Pond, doing all they could to bring, albeit short-term relief, but as was expressed to my constituents that evening, residents of Big Pond, that there are some long-term plans. And for these residents, they are understandably frustrated. There are some legacy issues that it's about high time that we deal with them in Big Pond, but they continue to press the government to do all they can in relieving the stress that they have, having to wait long for water pressure during the day, only having it for 2 hours in the morning, in some cases 3 hours at night. And again, what was explained, that some of the things may be specific issues, may be specific to their particular residents. There are some overall issues that Water and Sewage will be addressing. So I just want to thank the honorable member for his assistance in that matter. Madam Speaker, also, Madam Speaker, I thought it was quite interesting and alarming, Madam Speaker, about what seems to be, not seems to be, what BNT has urged action on this invasive iguana species, specifically in Adelaide, Madam Speaker. I mean, these are some huge iguanas. I've never seen anything that big. And so just encouraging, they've asked the government to assist where they can with this issue because of the impact that this invasive species have on the surrounding area and how they burrow, where they burrow, and how it affects the different coastal considerations and so forth, Madam Speaker. So definitely wanted to bring that to the attention, to highlight what the Bahamas National Trust has called the need for action on this invasive iguana species in the island of Providence, but centered around the Adelaide area, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, both the Leader of the Opposition who opened up for us, and the subsequent contribution of the member for East Grand Bahama, spoke at the beginning about the government's visit to Grand Bahama yesterday. And I see that the Prime Minister is here, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. And, Madam Speaker, the government has made so many promises to the people of Grand Bahama. And it has been clear for a while now, Madam Speaker, and definitely if it wasn't clear prior to yesterday, it is clear to the people of Grand Bahama, as has been said by the member of Marcus City and said by the member of East Grand Bahama, and I too will obviously join those remarks and that sentiment, that the government continues to fail the people of Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker. They continue to make promises to the people of Grand Bahama, and they are simply tired. The honorable member for East Grand Bahama would have referenced this letter from Emera that seems to be in contrast with what the Prime Minister had expressed yesterday, that there is this issue of, is a deal complete, Madam Speaker, all right?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Please, let us be honest in our characteristics of Whitehorn. Amera's note does not contradict anything that I said. Their concern was, in their view, I ought to have waited until they would have told their staff about the arrangements. They wished to have done it. That's what that note is about. And if you followed what I said, look at exactly what I said, there's no contradiction. And even when I was asked by reporters, when will the deal will be completed, I indicated, and it's in the newspaper as well, that it will be anywhere up to 60, 90 days for final completion. So where's the contradiction? And why do you think you're trying to find something to make hay out of? You all should be happy that there's an effort being made to bring relief to the residents finally to the residents of Freeport, when you all didn't even lift one finger to do so.
They want you to
Despite the fact that you all had, I've talked about a ministerial responsibility that rested in members of Parliament for Grand Bahama. Right? We are doing something. Right? And at least give credit for the efforts that we're doing to bring relief to the people in Grand Bahama, something that you all did not do. Didn't even lift a finger to do.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you must agree, Prime Minister, that while effort could be appreciated, when a government makes a commitment to the Bahamian people, specifically to the people of Grand Bahama, that these promised projects, the airport, that the hotel has not been sold, we're still waiting on $120 million, and that the effort of the government, it seems, to the people of Grand Bahama yesterday, for the government to swoop back in, to again have a photo op. Prime Minister, you must agree, Prime Minister, that you understand the frustration of the people of Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, it was in 2023, Madam Speaker, 2023, that the government promised that there would be work done to the airport in Grand Bahama. To this day, Madam Speaker, nothing has been done.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
You all have to, the people know you know. They go to the airport, right? The international terminal was renovated and completed under this administration. That's what we did to the airport. And if you go there now today, you'll meet contractors now preparing the ground for the commencement of the construction of the new airport that will be there. Right? So do not speak truth, man. Please.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, the member for St. Barnabas did not misspeak when he talked about what the Prime Minister clearly implied in his statement. The Prime Minister says, the MOU reflects a shared commitment to explore a new path forward for the energy in Grand Bahama. The statement goes on to say, when completed, not if the exploration results in something, when, denoting certainty, when completed, this would mark the first time the government of the Bahamas could control the power company since the Hawksbill Creek Agreement was signed. What the deputy asserted is that what was said by Dave McGregor was in contradiction, or it varied from the statement made by the Prime Minister, and this proves that that is the case. He never gave the impression, Dave McGregor, that this was a done deal where only the details had to be worked out. It is a part that is being explored. That's what he said. Now, if it is a done deal, we would have expected him to say it's a done deal. He did not say it's a done deal. The Prime Minister asserted that it's a done deal.
I say when completed. Certainty, yes, because it will be completed. It will be completed. When completed, it will be completed. And when asked when it will be completed by the press who was present, I said it will be done in 60 to 90 days. That's what I said.
So again,
I won't follow you.
I only said exactly what you said. You said it is a done deal, and you are going to work out those details over the course of the next 60 days. However, that is not what was said. That is not what was said by Dave McGregor to his staff. That's not what he said. And so he is absolutely correct that there's a difference. He read it. He read the letter. He read it into the record. He read it into the record. He can read it again. It doesn't. Listen, the two are problems, sir. The two are problems.
Thank you very much.
From you, I don't fight for black Bahamians and white Bahamians. You tell me somebody will agree with you. Tell me somebody will agree with you. I fight for Bahamians. I've been doing it all my life, before politics and after politics.
Thank you.
Your newbies are a joke.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Speaker, Madam Speaker,
I never see you on the front line.
Madam Speaker,
Members,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Calm
much.
down, young man. Calm down.
For the record, Madam Speaker, this notion that the government tries to pin on the opposition, that the minute that we ask you all to be accountable,
That's right.
the minute that we ask you all to address the concerns from the Bahamian people, all of a sudden it's about doom and gloom. Your job as a government is to be accountable to the Bahamian people, to be accountable to them.
That's right.
Right? So all this talk about who needs to be accountable and the various forms of integrity of doing what you say, this government has failed the people of Grand Bahama. I am not yielding, Madam Speaker.
chair
I'm not
recognizes the honourable
yielding.
member for Yamacraw.
I'm not yielding, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, first of all, the point of order is, I will address two. The point of order is that a member stands on his feet and says that he is not yielding when you are sitting in the chair. So first point of order, all right? So you need to get yourself in order. The second point of order is, you on the point of order? The second point of order is,
Honourable member.
Madam Member, I was recognized.
Honourable member.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the second point of order is that the member is insinuating that the government is not accountable or transparent. There is nothing that the member has to show to substantiate that. As a matter of fact, when we come to speak about the topics to which they speak, you will see a clear hypocrisy. All right? Grand Bahama had 5 members of parliament, 5 cabinet ministers, And on a deal when it came from the Grand Bahama Lucayan Hotel, and I have the records are clear, and your words on them, on the difficulty you had, and the difficulty you had in 20. No, but it is a point of order. It is a point of order. And I will come back with the facts. I'll quote your words.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, this was January 16, 2024, from the president of the Grand Bahama Chamber of Commerce, who asked the question that's still being asked today. We must know what the heck is happening over Grand Bahama Airport. And we ask again, what the heck is happening over Grand Bahama Airport? We all know, Madam Speaker, we all know that investors in Grand Bahama have been saying, and we all know, that the anchor, all of these different projects, it's important, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the Grand Bahama Airport is brought up to where the government promised that it would be, Madam Speaker, and it is not. So they failed Grand Bahama. And you can decide to look in the past as much as you want. You failed Grand Bahama.
We had the new management. Forget you.
Failed Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker.
Relax.
Madam Speaker,
You're so angry, man. What's wrong with you? You have to relax, man. You need anger management classes. You need anger management classes, baby.
Madam Speaker,
Calm down. Relax yourself. Yeah, relax yourself.
the people of Grand Bahama, those workers at the hotel, still waiting to be paid. Still waiting to be paid. No, you need to speak up for Grand Bahama, but you ain't gonna get up.
No.
You ain't gonna get up. You ain't gonna get up.
The Prime
You
Minister
ain't gonna get up. You ain't gonna get up. No, you get up. Get up. Get up.
Member.
So then get up and say something. Get up and say something, but you ain't gonna do that. It's my time, you will have your time. You will have your time. The members for Grand Bahama on the side opposite, they're not going to get up and speak up for the members for people from Grand Bahama. As much as they know that their government, that this government has failed the people of Grand Bahama, they will not get up and they will not say anything, Madam Speaker, and it's a shame. Because the people of Grand Bahama have suffered too much. This government has made plenty promises to the people in Grand Bahama and have not filled the promises that they made to the people in Grand Bahama, and it's a shame. And it's a shame. It surely is a shame. So don't try that. Don't try that. Madam Speaker, you know, the member for Tall Pines, I appreciate the member for Tall Pines today. Not only just today, but today in particular. You know why? Because the member for Tall Pines, who has to remit for the Ministry of Health and the healthcare apparatus in our country, he got up today, talked about the travel to COP29 and how it interconnected with his ministry and the issues impacted. I could respect that. Because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, what is mind-boggling to the Bahamian people and this side opposite, right? Yeah, they spend 1 million on, Madam Speaker. That is still mind-boggling. That is still mind-boggling, though.
Listen.
Madam Speaker.
Listen.
Thank you. Madam Speaker,
Listen, man.
why I appreciate his contribution
Trying to eat up his
is
time.
because unlike the member for Tall Pines, the member for Yamakro, whenever he gets up, whether it be after me or later on in this debate, has the remit for the environment in this country. Now that he is the substantive minister of the environment, he was the minister of state. So what you're going to hear from him are insults and all the different things that he will do. But what you won't hear is him being accountable for his remit for the Ministry of the Environment. What you won't hear is where's the EIA on the SpaceX program. What you won't hear is where's the EIA on the moorings program. I'm not yielding. There's no point of order. You won't hear those things from him, Madam Speaker. So he isn't here talking about
Sembanabas.
Madam Speaker, the rules of the House, and I know today is painful for them because the country got good news from Grand Bahama yesterday. And so today is painful for them. I expected them to come and just run on with Grand Bahama all day. Notice they didn't speak about VAT like they was hot about, but the reduction VAT at all. All of a sudden, that ain't a topic no more. It's now Grand Bahama because the good news The good news of the Grand Bahama, now the debate is Grand Bahama and not this bill. But, Madam Speaker, the member, the rules speak to motives and improper motives, so on and so forth, that you can suggest about a member. The minister cannot stand during his time on the platform and foreshadow that I will say insults, I will say this, I will say that, say the next thing, unless he is a mind reader. There's rules. Because I could say you could get up and then you could run to throw the mace, but I didn't say that. Let's not do it if you can't take it.
Madam Speaker, I don't know, it probably wouldn't be appropriate. Madam Speaker, it probably wouldn't be appropriate, but we do need to probably put a rule in the rule book about members being sensitive, because the member for Yamacraw is extra sensitive. And just as I predicted, he didn't get up to say, you know what, when I contribute, I'm going to lay the environmental impact assessment on the SpaceX program. He's not going to get up and say, you know what, I'm going to lay the environmental impact assessment on the moorings issue. He's not going to, Madam Speaker, lay on the table the real deep costs, if you will, and everything that went on at COP29 and the $1.1 million, but he isn't going to do that. No. Why? Because he reeks of hypocrisy from his perch. Right? Because he failed, because what he doesn't want, he wants us to be accountable, but he himself won't hold himself accountable or hold his government accountable. And it's a shame, Madam Speaker. It's a shame. Madam Speaker, no, when you see, one thing now, I know you could read. Just look at the time, you'll see when I'm done. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. This issue that we debate about climate change and climate justice, Madam Speaker, and the impact on small island developing states, Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that we are all in agreement that the government's posture and challenging of the global community relative to climate change is vitally important to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We understand and we do agree that it poses and continues to pose an existential threat to our way of life, Madam Speaker, especially, and where the injustice is, referring to climate justice, is, as we know, Madam Speaker, that small island developing states contribute less than 1% to global emissions, Madam Speaker, yet suffer disproportionately. And so we agree, Madam Speaker, that when it is said to the global community, right, that we are not complicit in causing these emissions, we are not complicit in the impact that it has to us and our way of life, an existential threat. And so we fully appreciate that, Madam Speaker. But what we do say, and it's been said by the member for Marco City and East Grand Bahama, that while we are understandably and justifiably bullish about our position and challenging the larger nations and those who are, again, complicit in creating this issue, we must likewise be consistent in terms of our domestic policy and issues affecting the environment and potentially affecting the environment here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas domestically, and the policies that the government enunciate and convey to the Bahamian people. So I just talked about a couple of minutes ago, Madam Speaker, talk about the SpaceX program, for example, Madam Speaker, SpaceX program. And I'm hoping that the member for Yamacraw, when he gets up, he will do what he expects from us. He will do what he expects from us and lay the EIA on the SpaceX program, or at least say, which has been their MO, it coming soon. But I mean, I don't know what he's going to decide to say, either it's coming soon, or finally say, this is the situation with the EIA that they never got, Madam Speaker. And this is what we're talking about. If we are serious, we have to be consistent, run a parallel diligence on what we do internationally and what we do domestically, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this was in 2025, February 13th. All systems go. DPM says safeguards in place as Bahamas set for as many as 20 SpaceX rocket landings in 2025. Now, we know that Bahamians were understandably, again, very concerned about this particular program, Madam Speaker. Very concerned. At one point, the members opposite said that we were engaging in fear-mongering. I remember the member for Exuma said it, that we are engaging in fear-mongering because the Bahamian people were asking about this program and the impact it could possibly have on our water, that it could possibly have on the Bahamian people, livelihood, and their lives, Madam Speaker. Now, after this, Madam Speaker, this announcement, you had a launch. And this rocket broke apart, and there was debris in waters in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. There was no EIA. The EIA was MIA. It's still MIA. Again, we're hoping the member for Yamakwa will talk about that, but he probably won't. Right, Madam Speaker? Probably won't. And so after that, then you had SpaceX halted for environmental study. So the government didn't get an EIA before they allowed the rockets to be launched. And we told them about it. The entire opposition told them about it. And unfortunately, look what happened. So
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The rocket that broke apart was not the rocket that was landing in the Bahamas. And what that should tell St. Barnabas is that craft that overfly us over our airspace, we have no control over. And if they break apart and come back to Earth, that's governed by a treaty. But for him to assert that anything about an agreement with the Bahamas government for a landing resulted in anything adverse is just plain wrong. Parachute was recovered, the booster was recovered, and all of what he is crowing about is available online in the public domain, and the intelligence people in the forces would say it's open source material. So all of this crowing is just that crowing. I'll forward him, Madam Speaker, the web page, because we're not here to debate that, but I'll forward him the web page where he can find it, and then I hope he does the gentlemanly thing and withdraw all of that.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, you know, whether I'm fighting for the Bahamian people, rowing for the Bahamian people, or crowing for the Bahamian people, I will crow and crow and crow and crow and crow, Madam Speaker, no matter what they want to call it. So they could throw their jazz and their insults. I'm not concerned about that, Madam Speaker. The point is, what's the point of order, man?
Madam Speaker, I hate to be, well, I was going to say I hate to be petty, but in this case, I don't hate to be petty. They keep talking about that they're talking for the Bahamian people. The Bahamian people answered with West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini, and recently Golden Isles. Since he's concerned about the Bahamian people can go on BahamasFalcon9.com, which, if he was really concerned, and if he was really competent, he would have done some research and would know this.
Listen, Madam Speaker, the member for Freetown clearly doesn't want to talk about competency when the Ministry of National Security has been worse under his leadership than any other minister of national security. So we don't want to talk about competence, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we were to talk about competence, why are the Police Staff Association writing? I'm not angry. I'm angry. Y'all is just get mad. Y'all is just get upset. You always get upset when you throw blowers back, right?
Members,
Right?
Protection.
Right? Y'all, Madam Speaker, they just get upset. They just get upset when you throw blowers back, Madam Speaker. Right? A few weeks ago, the members, my brother, listen, whatever file, go ahead, let me see you do it. Let me see you do it. Let me see, man, listen. My brother, you are a low fence. You are a low fence.
members.
So you could
members,
do whatever you want.
Members.
Ain't nobody over here
members,
scared. So don't come this way, son. Because you ain't want none of this.
members,
You ain't want none.
members.
I want you to know you ain't want none. Huh? Don't take this smile for weakness.
Members, calm down, calm down.
Huh? I ain't being
Let's calm down.
sensitive. I just letting him know.
Let's calm down, members.
I just letting him know. Huh? You all think this
Let's
a game?
stick to the debate.
You all must be thinking this a game. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Huh? Huh? File? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just have to respond to the member for Freetown who questioned my competence, right? No, you can't pull it back now, right? You can't pull it back now. The member for Freetown who leads the remit that's responsible for the Royal Bahamas Police Force, right? We have from the Police Staff Association, right, who complained about their insurance being in jeopardy. Being in jeopardy. And if you want to talk about the height of incompetence, talk about a minister who doesn't make sure and take care of the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. We want to talk about competence?
The honourable member for Freetown.
Speaker. And only because St. Barnabas is unnecessarily excited. The Police Staff Association finally wrote a letter to a minister of the government. They happened to write it to the wrong minister. They wrote it to the Honourable Prime Minister, who's referred them to the minister with remit for the matter. We have set a meeting with them, and at that meeting they will explain to me how they get in a different position than the Bahamas Department of Corrections, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, this minister who is covered by the same insurance carrier, and we will have those discussions along with other matters, as we've been having with the Royal Bahamas Defense Force for the last 4 years, and the Bahamas Department of Corrections Staff Association for the last 4 years. This one singular staff association chooses to write public letters and not engage the ministry. But, Madam Speaker, the matter of competence has to do with, on that website, bahamasfalcon9.com, the member could find the post-launch report, the environmental impact report by Braun, a Bahamian-led entity, and an environmental management plan. My point is very simple, Madam Speaker. They want to be leaders. As leaders, if they have constituents who have an issue over Falcon 9, the first thing I do when I research, not just law, but things to respond to constituents is very convenient. I put Bahamas Falcon 9 rocket, and it'll give me all the publicly available information. You don't need freedom of information, Madam Speaker, to get this. Most of this stuff is available by what the intelligence agencies call open source materials. So that's why I call it crowing. I would calm St. Barnabas by saying, I'm not suggesting that he is incompetent about everything, just about this.
Thank you very much.
You know, again, I hear the member for Freetown and all of his legal eloquence, Madam Speaker, right? I hear all that, Madam Speaker. But here is the reality. After all of that, again, verbal gymnastics that he put in this place, right? The SpaceX landings in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas was halted by this government. Why? Why was it halted? You tell me. Why was it halted, or do we need to wait for the member for Exuma? If there was no concern, why did the very government that pushed for this halt it? Come on, man, y'all ain't fooling nobody. Why they halt it? And then, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, and the minister, oh, so you ain't gonna do it today? Okay, that's fine. So I ain't surprised. I told this House and the Bahamian people that you weren't gonna do it, so you proved me right. But Madam Speaker, I heard the members talk about the environmental statement. An environmental statement is different, as the member for Yamacraw could tell his colleagues, is different from an environmental impact assessment. A baseline statement tells you basically what exists. The assessment tells you that if you go ahead with this and this happens, what are then the solutions? How do you mitigate any fallout from any kind of catastrophe? That was not done. And that was not done. So much so that the government said that they were going to provide an environmental impact assessment after they've had the issue, after you had the breakup of the debris in the waters of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The government said they were going to present it, and still.
The chair recognizes the honourable
This
member.
is just misleading, unknowingly so. The Falcon 9 rocket landing in the Exuma Sound, there was no breakup and no debris. There was a rocket that was launched that broke up, not one that was landing here. And for the edification of St. Barnabas, the documents available by simply doing a Google search contains the post-launch report, the environmental impact assessment, the environmental management plan. Quite clear. It also had helpfully on this same site the public meeting held the 9th of October 2025. There is a difference between a rocket landing in the Exuma Sound and the fact that rockets that are launched, that if they disintegrate over your airspace and if they're not passing in your airspace, they don't require your permission. And if something happens and they recover debris, they pay for the collection of it. And that is what happened. But the Falcon 9 rocket had no such issue.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, April 16, 2025, SpaceX landings in Bahamas pause pending EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, and post-launch report. So although SpaceX, I read, Madam Speaker, although SpaceX had hoped to resume booster landings in the Bahamas soon, the government said yesterday that no future landings would be permitted until the company completes a full environmental impact assessment, EIA, and submits a post-launch report on the historic Falcon 9 landing that occurred in February. Deputy Prime Minister Chester Cooper made the announcement yesterday. So the government shut down the program temporarily, suspended it. There had to be a reason. So the honourable member could do all that all he wants. The reality at the end of the day, the government saw the error of its ways after this opposition continued to press upon them that how could you engage in such a program and there was no environmental impact assessment. And what the government had to do afterwards, Madam Speaker?
Chair recognizes the honourable member.
Would not be so hurtful if Bahamian professionals, because we have Bahamian rocket scientists, did not explain it to us. And if the opposition didn't understand it, that's fine. But to come, I suppose that's by implication denigrating two Bahamian rocket scientists, and they went around and they went on radio shows and explained how it works, and explained that after the landing, you do the post-launch report. Based on that, you do the environmental assessment. Based on that, you do the environmental management. Now, if they have some other expert who says that that's different, I would invite them to bring it forward. But what is happening here is what happens all the time. This is not for debate. They come on the face of it unprepared with newspaper articles. And Madam Speaker knows my position on newspaper articles. They're not facts. And at the end of the day, try to interject in a debate about something else, something very specific. That was the account given by 2 Bahamian rocket scientists. If they assert something else, they should really produce it and stop misleading the Bahamian public or attempting to.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do note, Madam Speaker, the member for Freetown's use of the word denigrate, Madam Speaker. Ignoring the concerns and not ensuring that the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force are protected, that's denigrating a group of Bahamians. So you should check on that. That's denigrating Bahamians, Madam Speaker.
So long as, Madam Speaker, he attempts to do this, he won't be permitted to do it. The persons who showed little regard for police officers were their representatives who did not come and meet with the ministry, as did the representative of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Bahamas Department of Corrections. We know, and we wrote to the Staff Association, who has yet to produce the name of one policeman who has been affected. When they come and meet with this minister and his administrators, if they can produce the names, they will be assisted. We do not take lightly the sacrifice of police officers. We do not take that lightly. What we also do not take lightly is politicking by people who are supposed to be looking out for their welfare. And so, Madam Speaker, these people who say they're representing the police, we publicly say we've asked them to identify these persons, and they've identified no, not one. So you can write as many letters as you like. This ministry is set to help you. If you identify the persons, we will help you. No correctional officers, no Defense Force Marines, no police officers have been identified to the ministry as having been adversely affected, although they write this letter once a year.
Thank you, honourable member.
Just to finish this topic, Madam Speaker, and then I will move on. The Police Staff Association was very clear that they met with the insurers, and they were told that the government owes the insurers some $100 million. So if the member for Freetown want to clear that up, but that was in the communication from the Police Staff Association. And so you could continue to dismiss the concerns of the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the persons that protect you and protect me and everybody here, but we won't. So at the end of the day, that's something that you need to fix.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
It's just plain English. When one is saying dismiss a concern, in case he hasn't heard, not one policeman has been identified by the Police Staff Association who have been contested on this. They've not provided it. The same insurer covers the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, who appear not to be having this problem that the Police Staff Association writes about. The same insurer covers the Bahamas Department of Corrections. We meet with their staff association at least twice a year because they ask to meet. Not one correctional officer has been identified. We don't play politics with it. We've invited the Police Staff Association, from I came in the chair, to bring their concerns to us. I think they've met us once or twice in 4 years, where the BDOC Staff Association have met us, I think, 8 times. And they talk about everything down to their promotions. The Police Staff Association has not met with the ministry to discuss anything about any of the policemen who they say they represented and represent. And I would like all police officers to know this, that we have an open door policy. The defense force is walking in and is entertained about their concern. The Correctional Staff Association is coming in and is entertained about all of their concerns, including promotion. And the Police Staff Association is singularly the only one who is not coming in. And police officers can make of that what they will.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, just to wrap up my thoughts in the last 4 minutes, Madam Speaker. Yeah, and I may ask for about 2 more minutes, Madam Speaker. Oh, Madam Speaker, also, Madam Speaker, congratulations on your renomination. Congratulations on your renomination, Madam Speaker. No, I just congratulating you, you know. There are some members on the, there's some members opposite say watch the road, you know. So they say watch the road. They wanted their nomination, but some other things were decided. So you know, well, you know, Madam Speaker, all will be revealed at some point. All will be revealed, you know. Yeah, all will be revealed, you know. But Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, again, I will finish where we started, that the people of Grand Bahama have been failed by this government. Yes. You won't hear that from the member for Pine Ridge. You won't hear it from the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini. They're not going to fight for the people of Grand Bahama because they are walking lockstep and barrel with this government. Yes. But the reality of it is, whether it's the hotel, whether it's the airport, Madam Speaker, and numerous other issues relating to Grand Bahama, they have failed the people of Grand Bahama. And when the election is called, I'm sure the people of Grand Bahama will speak, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, we challenge the government on these issues of climate justice, again, as we understandably support any government, this government's position of challenging those that are complicit in issues surrounding climate change, that we expect them to be consistent as it relates to domestic policies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I thank this Honourable House for this opportunity to contribute to this debate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, St. Barnabas thanks you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Nassau Village.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I wish to thank the great people of Nassau Village constituency for always entrusting me with this honor of representing them in this honorable House, Madam Speaker. Their confidence continues to guide my work each and every day, and their voices inform how I go about that. Madam Speaker, today is a monumentous day. Just a segue, today is Community Center Awareness Day, Madam Speaker. All week, right? But today, they had the special privilege of coming to Nassau Village. That's the linchpin, Madam Speaker. And I've always raised how important it is to have community centers in various communities and constituencies, simply to build capacity. And I thank the honorable member for Freetown the Minister of National Security, for ensuring that Nassau Village has its own community center. So thank you on behalf of the constituency of Nassau Village. Madam Speaker, I would also like to speak to my constituents briefly and to encourage them to put their bulk waste to the front of the yard as we move forward with our Nassau Village constituency beautification project. Madam Speaker, in this vein, I would also like to thank the member for Yamacraw for ensuring that as we move forward into the new year, into 2026, we do so with a clean and pristine constituency. So again, cleanups and pickups will be conducted on the 30th and the 31st, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I sat, I was mind-boggled by the hypocrisy by the side opposite. Madam Speaker, I hear them talk. I mean, have the gall to talk about Grand Bahama. Right? I mean, and I say the audacity of any one of them to talk about Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, I would like to read a few names in consecutive into the record. K. Peter Turnquest, Madam Speaker. Deputy Prime Minister. Minister of Foreign Affairs. Minister of Finance. Grand Bahama. Michael Pintard. Grand Bahama. Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, and then Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, Hiram Lewis. Grand Bahama. Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. Madam Speaker, Ms. Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe. Minister of Disaster. Grand Bahama again, Madam Speaker. And closing them out, Mr. Kwesi, Honorable Kwesi Thompson, at the time, Minister of State, Finance. Grand Bahama. My God, Madam Speaker, that's 5 sitting cabinet ministers.
And what they did? And what they did?
Absolutely nothing, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, I came to speak about the bill, but the political theatrics, zero. The political theatrics beg for truth to be spoken into the record, Madam Speaker. For them to talk about hotel. They were there. They had full power. There was no attempt to resolve the hotel matters. For them to talk about the Hawks Bill agreement, they were there again. No results to resolve the authority, the governing matters. Madam Speaker, I visited the straw vendors a few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, and they were so hopeful to hear and to feel that the government was actually trying and moving forward, making progressive steps, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, we heard the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador confirm that phase 1 was starting on the airport, not pending, not coming, starting, Madam Speaker. These are the things you want from a government pushing for Bahamians. Yes. And to hear, I mean, the plethora of skepticism by the side opposite, Madam Speaker, I just couldn't believe it. Plethora, you know, they had a whole smorgasbord, they had numerous, big volume, whatever synonym they need, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I'm from Nassau Village, New Providence, and I watch in amazement to see a government move forward, our government move forward with the sole intention of bringing relief to Grand Bahamians. Madam Speaker, it's something to be touted, it's something to support. But every time you hear the side opposite, politics comes out again. Hypocrisy comes out again. To agree with the government means that we're taking a soft position. When do we start to push forward bipartisan and ensure that Bahamians understand that we're here to do their business and bring relief to each and every one of them? Madam Speaker, this is a new electorate. And the electorate cannot have the words pull over their eyes, Madam Speaker. They see the Prime Minister moving forward. They see the Prime Minister empowering persons, and they see the Progressive Liberal Party moving forward to develop a new Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I take extreme privilege in speaking to this bill, because in my former life as a diplomat, I was in China while we actually negotiated COP21 in Paris. Madam Speaker, when you talk about climate change and carbon markets, you must do so from a position of strength, because it's all negotiations, right? I've heard persons of the side opposite talk about what are the evaluations we want to see. We want to know how it's being conducted. Madam Speaker, Stanford University conducted an evaluation under the F&M tenure. You hear what I just said? Under the F&M tenure, there was a Stanford valuation done. But of course, this is all pushed to the back because it's politics time, right? No research is going to be done. This is all facts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I support the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Bill and the Climate Change Environmental Advisory Unit Bill. And I do so with single purpose, Madam Speaker, to put the Bahamian people and ensure that their focus is at the center of our laws, our diplomacy, and our delivery, Madam Speaker. These bills establish clarity, capacity, and accountability so that every Bahamian, from our capital communities to our family islands, see tangible protection and opportunity. The amendment bill focuses and refocuses national responsibility for the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, UNFCCC. It ensures that reporting and oversight is in the Office of the Prime Minister and clarifies financial administration for carbon market levies, centralizing responsibility so that our reporting is coherent and our finances are transparent. Madam Speaker, the member for Tall Pines stated earlier, in order to access certain international financing and grants, you must be in compliance. Your legislative framework, your legal framework must also be in compliance. You see, Madam Speaker? So when we see the responsibility moved over to the Office of the Prime Minister, I read that as simply prioritizing and ensuring that the much-needed approvals and authorizations happen immediately. But again, the side opposite would have you feel as though this is something untoward, something skeptical. Madam Speaker, we must take a bipartisan approach to something this important. Madam Speaker, again, I would like to pivot to thank the Prime Minister for his due diligence and for his work internationally, Madam Speaker. I stated before, when you negotiate internationally, you must do so from a position of power. That way, once international valuations or international persons who are supposed to assess your assets do so, they understand that you're not negotiating from vulnerability, and they do so minimally or give you a lower value. So imagine the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is now negotiating with a surplus, a budgetary surplus, not going to the international arena. The Bahamas is now negotiating where we reduce VAT. Twice, Madam Speaker, we've reduced it and taken it off of the so-called bread basket items that my colleagues said. Madam Speaker, we're indicating to the international arena that the Bahamas is solid, the Bahamas is stable, and you can invest and trust in what we have put forward, Madam Speaker. And all of this is attributed to the Prime Minister's hard work globally. Madam Speaker, the companion bill creates and strengthens the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit. It defines the director's role to advise on climate financing, loss and damage, carbon markets, negotiations, and national policy. And it establishes a mechanism for climate budget tagging with the Ministry of Finance and Climate Change and Environmental Fund to receive and manage international climate finance. Madam Speaker, for Bahamians, these are not abstract reforms. They translate into safer homes. They translate into sustained livelihoods. Just saying Long Island. They translate into more resilient communities. Our shores, Madam Speaker. Our shores, Madam Speaker. Our fisheries, our tourism, businesses, and households face sea level rises, storm surges, and coastal erosion today, Madam Speaker. These are immediate and challenges now, presently. Madam Speaker, strong national coordination and capable climate change unit means that local priorities such as mangrove restoration, shoreline protection, raised and resilient infrastructure, reliable early warning systems, and support for fishers and tourism workers will be identified and shaped into bankable projects to be presented to the international funds with the technical credibility, Madam Speaker, that they require. When we attend these international conferences, Madam Speaker, you have a multitude of agencies who wish to do South-South cooperation, right? Now, in order to conduct South-South cooperation, they want to see workable projects, projects that they can actually put their monies into, right? They call them shovel-ready sometime, Madam Speaker. And in order to do that, you have to synchronize and synergize all of the arms of government to ensure that we're putting together credible projects. Madam Speaker, when we analyze the bill, the provision that indicates the explicit duty for the director to submit national reports to the UNCCC and the amendment bill, clarification of levy administration. Madam Speaker, this creates the transparency and accountability essential to ensure that climate finance reaches the people whom it's intended. Madam Speaker, I'll say that again. The explicit duty for the director to submit national reports to the UNCCC and the amendments bill clarification of levy administration. They create the transparency and accountability essential to ensure that climate finances reach the people for whom it's intended. But, Madam Speaker, we must also address the elephant in the room, right? In the international arena, that is, which is the Loss and Damage Fund, Madam Speaker. The irreversible harms that Bahamians have already endured. Madam Speaker, the Loss and Damage Fund created at COP28, right? Now, if you look at the days or the years when we would have engaged COP, you would have seen two tenures. You would have seen the PLP's tenure that saw a progression, and the F&M tenure that saw stagnation. And I say that because, Madam Speaker, when the F&M assumed responsibility, they attended a few COP negotiations, but it was never finalized, it was never pushed forward for the Loss and Damage Fund. Madam Speaker, only at COP28 was the Loss and Damage Fund able negotiated and agreed to, and that was under the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and the Progressive Liberal Party. Madam Speaker, I said it. The former government's tenure is one of stagnation. The current government's tenure is one of progress. The Loss and Damage Fund that we ably mobilized and we contributed, that we asked persons to contribute, those major emitters, those industrialized nations, Madam Speaker, the question was, okay, if we're going to help you, third world nations, become resilient, where do we send the money? How does the money get managed? Madam Speaker, these are all practical and pragmatic questions. So it was decided upon that it would be conducted under the United Nations framework. Madam Speaker, that was most recently negotiated and confirmed. When we talk about taking climate change seriously, we must address the loss and damage rebuilding of infrastructure and loss. We must address the psychological health aspect of it, and we must also address the infrastructural needs and capacity building for the future. When we look at the PLP's governance, Madam Speaker, infrastructure and capacity building, community centers, well-equipped to double as hurricane shelters. When we talk about the health aspect, we see psychological and therapy being offered through health and wellness ministry. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the legal framework in the International Loss and Damage Fund, we also see under the PLP government, Madam Speaker, the Loss and Damage Fund actually being funded. Madam Speaker, there are those who talk and then there are those that do. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be a part of a government that does. See? Madam Speaker, the Climate Change Unit's responsibility is specifically under Article 6, Governance and Loss and Damage, Oversight, and its role in engaging international climate funds strengthen our hand, Madam Speaker, when we demand reparative and adaptive support on the global stage. Madam Speaker, as a nation of islands and a voice for small island developing states, the Bahamas uses its strengthened institutions contained in this bill to press, finance, and compensate toward rebuilding and for technical cooperation that helps to build and rebuild our local capacity and prevent future harm. Madam Speaker, just to go back just a bit, I heard the member say he was opposed to governing in the dark. That's what the member said. He was opposed to governing in the dark. Member for East Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, you remember the old bond deal? How much darkness was that? We still waiting on all the files to appear out of the darkness, Madam Speaker. And for him to say it when the bond deal was supposed to happen where? In East Grand Bahama. You see, Madam Speaker, they would have us believe that all of a sudden, they don't know where it came from, you know, they're brand new, they're not one and the same. Madam Speaker, all of them were there. The member for Kalani can attest to it as well.
To the table.
You see, Madam Speaker, as we ensure implementation is people-centric and people-centered, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Office of the Prime Minister, that will be responsible for finance, and the Director of Climate Change Unit and local councils to develop projects in the pipeline that reflect Bahamian realities, Madam Speaker, while also meeting international standards. Madam Speaker, when we ensure that the monies placed in the climate change and environmental funds are tracked and used transparently for projects, that directly benefits Bahamians. Madam Speaker, when we ensure public education, awareness, and empowerment, that's to ensure that they directly benefit Bahamians. Madam Speaker, when we look at Clause 16, the unit's mandate for action for climate empowerment means we will invest in climate education. We will invest in youth engagement and public participation so that every Bahamian, Madam Speaker, can contribute to and benefit from our national climate response. This is how we transform vulnerability into strength, Madam Speaker, by equipping our people with knowledge, skills, and the access to opportunities in the green and blue economies. Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, these bills are tools to deliver protection. These bills are tools to deliver justice and prosperity to the people of the Bahamas. They strengthen our institutions so that we can secure finance, technology, and partnerships needed to safeguard our communities, and to ensure that the international commitments, Madam Speaker, yield and are felt on the local landscape. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to the people of Nassau Village for their trust that they continuously place in me, and I pledge to ensure that the institutional clarity of these bills provide and is converted into transparent actions and measurable benefits for them and for each and every Bahamian. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great constituency of Nassau Village, I support both of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for South Beach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me. Madam Speaker, the honorable members of this House, I stand here today some 1,595 days since the people of South Beach have been gracious enough to elect and select me to come to this place and lend my voice on their behalf. Madam Speaker, this is a gift that I am grateful for. A gift, Madam Speaker, that I'm grateful for every day. Madam Speaker, as I look around, one thing is becoming increasingly clear and obvious around the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And that, Madam Speaker, is that it appears to be politics time again. And so, Madam Speaker, many voices are being found. Many opinions are being offered, Madam Speaker. And many convictions are seemingly making their way into the public domain. Notwithstanding that, Madam Speaker, what is true for South Beach is that for 1,595 days, the person that the people of South Beach selected to speak on their behalf has done so with great conviction and has done so quite intentionally, Madam Speaker, on every occasion the opportunity presented itself. So today, Madam Speaker, as I have done before, I speak yet again on their behalf with that same conviction, Madam Speaker, but more importantly, with their best interests at the forefront of my mind and with the success of their future nestled in my heart. Before it be mistaken, Madam Speaker, I am not alone. To be clear, South Beach is no one-man band. That said, Madam Speaker, I must always acknowledge the efforts of Team South Beach, who have been equally committed over the past 1,595 days, that this member has given the mandate to come to this place. Madam Speaker, they have assured me that they intend to do whatever is considerably lawfully necessary for Team Barker's role and Team South Beach to deliver, and to deliver quality representation to the people of South Beach for an additional whatever number of days the Prime Minister sees fit before he rings the bell. But today, Madam Speaker, I wish to state publicly, as I stand, Madam Speaker, whenever that day arrives, if the good Lord sees fit for me to be here, that South Beach will be ready. Madam Speaker, with more of your indulgence, I also wish to acknowledge my wife and my sons, who have continued to be both a place of refuge and strength for me, and I want to thank them for continuing to hold my hand in this battle for the soul of our nation, for being the wind in my sail as we continue on this journey towards a brighter tomorrow for our beloved Bahamas. So, Madam Speaker, on to the matter at hand, the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Bill 2026. As I have pointed earlier, Madam Speaker, it is apparently politics time again. And as such, I anticipate all sorts of antics, and we've seen them today, all sorts of maneuvering by those who assume that participating in that kind of circus to talk about Grand Bahama, all right, all day. That ain't got nothing to do with the bill. To talk about what? All and sundry, Madam Speaker. They believe this is beneficial to their cause. But, Madam Speaker, it is this member's intention to do as we always have done, and that is to make our position and place our position firmly on the record. Let me, Madam Speaker, say early, there is no uncertainty that this member and that the member for South Beach supports the amendments to this bill. Madam Speaker, this synchronization that the amendments bring, these amendments, Madam Speaker, put the power and the oversight and responsibility in the right place, and the place where it would have the best level of attention to provide the optimum levels of efficiency in the management of something, Madam Speaker, in the management of something that is futuristically and presently very important to this country. Madam Speaker, admittedly, there is still so much that is unknown about our planet, Madam Speaker. Many questions loom. Why does it get so hot in certain parts of the planet? And then, why does it get so cold? And why do we have weekends like last weekend? And how quickly things are changing? And why are the natural disasters so unpredictable and so much more violent than in the past days, Madam Speaker? These are questions that we are still baffled with, Madam Speaker, in this modern world. Notwithstanding the uncertainty, Madam Speaker, what we are certain about, Madam Speaker, is that good and responsible government must always govern, whether it is in good times, Madam Speaker, or whether it is in a time of crisis. This bill today, Madam Speaker, speaks to my mind, Madam Speaker, is what this government is seeking to do, and that is to govern. We are seeking to govern even if the matter may cause great uncertainty to many persons in many places. That is the mark, in my view, of a group of people that have taken the mandate given by the electorate, Madam Speaker, very seriously. Yes. Governments, in my view, Madam Speaker, cannot simply hide behind knee-jerk solutions like curfews, and lockdowns, and claim that they're incapable of making decisions, Madam Speaker, just because there is no previous playbook. There's no previous playbook for this situation. No, Madam Speaker, a good government turns its bow. We were talking about Tyson, the John B. Sale earlier, right? A good government, Madam Speaker, turns its bow to the rolling seas of uncertainty, and it sets a course, and they sail deliberately and skillfully towards their goal, fully aware that if adjustments are needed along their journey, well, that very same team will stand and prepare and make those adjustments quickly, safely. And yes, Madam Speaker, we admit sometimes it may be scary to do so. Madam Speaker, yes, sometimes or many times it may be difficult to do so. But as a government, Madam Speaker, we must simply get it done. That, Madam Speaker, is simply why it is easy to see that we are not our predecessors. They are definitely not us. No, they're not. The Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Bill amendments, Madam Speaker, are something that I debated in my mind ever since I had knowledge of the bill and had a chance to read, to try to get an understanding of the bills and what these bills do. I'm a simple man, Madam Speaker, and I try, very simple, and I try to, Madam Speaker, speak in very simple terms that we can relate to. So, on this matter, Madam Speaker, of this climate change carbon market initiative bill amendments, I kind of, and forgive me, trying to bring it home here. I try to, in this matter, I feel that it is one of those things, Madam Speaker, as my mind wraps around it, I consider it the same way I would consider, say, salvation. That is to say, Madam Speaker, as a decent Anglican, I hold fast to my faith, belief, and practices, because I firmly believe that Madam Speaker, I firmly believe that having my salvation in good standing is a requirement to receive the benefits, Madam Speaker, that my faith assures me I would have. But, Madam Speaker, while there are some, and there are those who may say, climate change is man-made, it's tampered with by scientists and science, I would argue daily that I would rather have salvation and not need it than to get to that day, Madam Speaker, and realize I needed it and don't have it. So these amendments, Madam Speaker, seek to do just that. Madam Speaker, that is exactly the way I kind of calculate this bill and its amendments. Some will argue that the changes in this bill are unnecessary, or that the bill is the government trying to just fill its legislative calendar, Madam Speaker. Some will suggest that's politics. Some may even suggest, I didn't hear it today, but some may suggest, Madam Speaker, that climate change itself isn't really real and just one organic Ponzi scheme, gigantic organic Ponzi scheme. Well, Madam Speaker, Barker's role is not a priest. Barker's role is no global warming expert. What I am, Madam Speaker, is a policymaker with the responsibility of a community who took an oath, and I take that very seriously. It is because of this, Madam Speaker, coupled for me with the fact that I represent a coastal, low-lying community, that even if I was skeptical about whether or not it is sufficient or whether or not the people who call global warming a hoax are right or not, Madam Speaker, I feel compelled about this and these amendments as I feel about my salvation. Let me see if I could put this another way for you, Madam Speaker, and for the Bahamian people to understand. Madam Speaker, are you familiar with the term trouble with the curve? The term trouble, I'm a sportsman, forgive me. I'm a sportsman, unapologetically a sportsman, all right? The term trouble with the curve alludes to a problem for a baseball hitter, someone wanting to be able to hit the baseball properly. See, there's only two ways supposed to be hit a curveball, Madam Speaker. You play a little bit of baseball, Prime Minister, so you're listening. I know you're listening. There's only two ways to possibly hit a curveball, Madam Speaker. You could either sit back in the box, sit back in the batter's box, wait on the ball to break, and try to catch it if you got enough bat speed. But if you ain't got enough bat speed, you can miss that. Right? If you ain't got enough bat speed, Madam Speaker, you can miss that, and so you might miss. The other way is to move up in the batter's box, up to the front of the box, and try to hit the ball before the curve break. Madam Speaker, that's what this amendment's doing. This amendment putting us in a position to hit the hell out this ball, sorry, the H-E-L-L out this ball, and that's what the fella said today, the member said, before it break. Madam Speaker, I would rather support this amendment and heighten seniority and heighten, Madam Speaker, priority and oversight, only to later find out that it is not necessary, rather than to find out that strengthening the seniority and priority and oversight were necessary, and we did not have certain things in place so that we could be ahead of the crisis. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Ron San Salvador, has proven the world over to be a champion for this cause, Madam Speaker. I do not intend to let him go on the international stage, Madam Speaker, without this member's full support. And I will publicly state. Why, Madam Speaker? Why is it necessary? It's necessary because South Beach is watching, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's necessary because I support Philip Brave Davis, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of this Bahamas. I support this government and truly believe they are headed in the right direction, Madam Speaker. And I support any policy or amendment for law that will directly benefit the people of South Beach. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with that I state boldly that South Beach supports this bill. I look forward to supporting additional bills in this place, Madam Speaker, for the remainder of my time in this Parliament, and for the additional 1,826 days whenever the next Parliament is convened. Madam Speaker, South Beach rests.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand on behalf of that great constituency in the West, Kalani. And as I walked about continuously meeting and greeting my constituents and campaigning, I am reassured that they will send me back to this place. And I look forward to that. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to say to the member of Central and South Eleuthera responsible for works. We need some serious road paving in Bohemia West. The road is now a disaster, and the residents are asking for help. And we also need road paving, if not minimal patching, in Sea Beach Estate, as we have a series of craters within that area that needs to be repaired. But, Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Kalani constituency to contribute to the debate on climate change and Carbon Market Initiative, Amendment Bill 2026, and the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2026. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. It is one of the most important issues for our country. And as a coastal nation with a far-flung, low-lying chain of islands, we are especially vulnerable. Continued increases in temperatures and the melting of polar glaciers may lead to sea level rises and pH changes that could wipe out much of the land mass of places such as ours. The pH changes in our waters can wipe out our conch stock, our fish stock, and our marine resources, thus markedly affecting our economy. We all must take the threat seriously. We must all do our part to limit the warming of our planet due to human activity. The recent onslaught of hurricanes, including superstorms such as Hurricane Dorian, dramatized for Bahamians the severe and devastating effects of warming our planet. This includes more powerful storms and weather events, including deadly floods, fires, and droughts around the world. By example, over the past 2 weeks, Australia have experienced record temperatures close to 122 degrees Fahrenheit, prolonged heat waves, and fires. And over the past several days, bitter cold has covered much of the United States. And I just read a weather report that even Freeport may experience snow this weekend. We have witnessed in our region the increased occurrence of Category 5 storms in recent years. And these storms were once rare. They now happen regularly, with storms reaching that ferocity in record times. Such major and destructive storms, rising sea levels, coastal erosion, the dying of coral reefs, and other examples demonstrate the particular threat of climate change to small island nations and archipelagos such as ours. Climate change, Madam Speaker, is real. It is caused by human actions and continues because of human inaction. As small as we may be, we too contribute to climate change by our actions and, in some instances, our inactions. When we came to office, Madam Speaker, we were plagued by multiple dump fires, sometimes twice per year. And these fires emitted carbon dioxide, thus resulting in contributing to climate change, methane, gas, and other elements that contribute to climate change and changing the ozone layers that surround us. The fires that were experienced at the dump site affected the livelihood, especially of those residents in the immediate vicinity, breathing and other respiratory problems. It could have possibly affected our economy because Bahama at that time was being developed and was challenged as the guests were complaining of the amount of smoke that they were experiencing within the Bahama facility. And therefore, there was a threat to the survival or development of Bahama and our economy. Our government put that as a priority and tackled and resolved the fire. So there's no longer dump fire, and there's no longer that contribution to the destruction of the ozone layer or that contribution to the climate change that we see today. I urge the government that similar fires occur in family islands on their dump site, and as small as we may be, they too contribute to the climate change and destruction of ozone layer. And therefore, just as we had stopped the dump fires and repaired the dumps here in New Providence, the same should be done in the family islands. Then, Madam Speaker, all of these contribute to the destructive changes that we see with storms today, Category 5. I had great experience with Category 5, the Dorian, and there were lots of complaints by the residents of Abaco that there were lots of stealing, pilferage occurring in their community after the storm. My officials were reporting saying that was not true. And I want the Minister of Health to listen to this carefully. My officials were saying that was not true. The residents continued to complain that they were bombarded by theft and robbery within their community. And again, the officials reported that it was not true. I took it upon myself, in following the teaching of Abraham Lincoln, to go and see and visit the facilities and area and experience it for myself. Madam Speaker, I was shocked. The residents were correct. The officials was giving the wrong information. And I am sad to report that a lot of the theft was done by officials. Residents had them on tape, video recording, etc. Many of the contents and residents furnishing, generators, etc., were placed on boats and vessels and sent back here to New Providence. So I am saying to the Minister of Health, I would advise you to talk with regularity with the patients. Talk to the staff, the groundmen, because you may experience, you said that you were unaware of the overtime fiasco that's occurring at the health sector. If you had spoken, just like me, with the patients, the staff, the doctors, the nurses, the ancillary staff, then you probably would have gotten a different story. That's my only advice to you. Then flooding, Madam Speaker, is also a problem. Again, resulting from climate change or exacerbated by climate change. But we contribute to it. Why? Because we continuously fill in the wetlands. The wetlands help to absorb the carbon dioxide.
help to absorb, protecting our ozone layer and minimizing or decreasing the effects of carbon change. I ask that we protect our wetlands. That's a serious issue, especially in the West, in my constituency, Killarney. And conserve and protect our forest lands, our trees, for they too serve a function, and we must do our part. I ask the government to introduce a drainage clearing program so that individuals would know with regularity as to when drains in the east, the west, north, and south would be tackled. It should be on a schedule, be it every 3 months, that is published so that there can be no complaint that my drains were not done. The drains are identified, logged, cataloged, a manager for the east, a manager for the west, a manager for the south. The manager meets with that team with regularity and ensure that all the drains are done right. Thank you, Minister.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Just for a point of information, I wanted to add to that. We have a young Bahamian who asked, and we're running the pilot program now, has went further than that. So this young 39-year-old Bahamian and her team has created a device that we have testing in the drains in areas that flood in New Providence that will alert the ministry when the water reaches a certain point or when the sludge reaches a certain point and awares the ministry that it needs to be cleaned. So what I want to make that point because we have a young Bahamian who's created this out of nothing. She didn't buy the device. She had it made right here in the Bahamas, so I just wanted to make that point that we're already making headway with that. But this is to show that we have young people in this country that can make inroads in helping us and how we make innovation and technology a part of running our ministries.
Stop that clock. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to hear that is very progressive of you, Minister, and I'm happy to hear that. I would only advise that if you can publish it with regularity so that individuals can know. You can do the best things possible, but if no one knows, it's not being done. Yeah, okay. While we may have our policy and political disagreements, we share common purpose and common cause as political parties to protect and to preserve our Commonwealth. And let it not be said that a government had done nothing. That's impossible. That's impossible. All governments want the best for their people. Our approach may be different, but we all seek the same results. We must work collectively while one side is in government and the other is in opposition to pursue climate and environmentally friendly policies that are best for the Bahamas. Again, protecting our wetland, conserving our hills, our trees, and our forest land. It is necessary to note that as a small, non-industrialized nation, the Bahamas is not a major carbon emitter. This solution to the climate problem lies in needed changes to the global economy and how the world produces energy. Despite the continued warming of our planet, some progress is being made. There is a global shift to electric vehicles. Solar and wind power are becoming increasing contributors to national energy grids. Unfortunately, it is necessary to transition away from the use of fossil fuels to renewable forms of energy and other forms that release less carbon dioxide as part of the global effort to reduce the effects of climate change. The biggest changes must come from the biggest countries that are the biggest emitters. Small countries, such as the Bahamas, suffer the consequences of the actions of the large industrial countries. They often say they will help us in the climate fight, but such assistance is slow, if it ever comes at all. And while we welcome real help, major countries and various international bodies are good at making pledges to help small island states, to build resilience, and to combat climate change. But they largely and continually fail to deliver on these big promises. I advise the Prime Minister and the Minister for the Environment to continue to work with CARICOM and other partners to press the international community for specific funds and assistance in the areas of renewable energy and climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. We need those funds and funding mechanisms in order to pay for adaptation and mitigation measures. We cannot fight climate change alone. I supported the government's initial climate change legislation earlier in this term. I support the current bills before us. The Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Amendment Bill 2026 seek to amend the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative to Act 2A, transfer the responsibility for administering the reporting obligations to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, under this Act, from the Minister of the Environment to the Prime Minister. It acts to B, place the obligations on the Director of Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit to assist the Prime Minister in domestic mitigation measures, adaptation plans, and other obligations to the Bahamas under the Paris Agreement. C, acts to transfer the obligations to include any emission reduction resulting from agreements entered into for participation in the carbon market in the Bahamas in the national reporting mechanisms to the UNFCCC, from the Minister of the Environment to the Minister with responsibility for reporting obligations to the UNFCCC. And D, permit the registrar to submit periodic reports to the Prime Minister instead of to the Minister of the Environment. The Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2026 seeks to establish the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit. And the objectives of this bill are to A, develop and implement the national climate policies and plan. B, develop and submit the national climate reports. C, mobilize climate finances. D, engage in climate negotiations. E, regulate and oversee carbon markets. F, mitigate loss and damage. And G, encourage and implement action for climate empowerment. This bill, Madam Speaker, mandates that a national climate change policy is established and reviewed every 3 years. It mandates the development and implementation of a national adaptation plan to reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts and enhance adaptive capacity and resilience across various sectors. This bill also provides that the Climate Change Unit may coordinate, implement, and have oversight of inter-ministerial committees related to climate change, climate finance, carbon markets, climate policy, sustainable development, special projects, and any other matter the minister deems necessary. This bill, Madam Speaker, further provides for the Climate Change Unit to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance and Disaster Risk Management Authority in their efforts to utilize climate tagging tools. Between the bills passed 3 years ago and these new bills, a significant number of new offices and roles are being created. I advise the Prime Minister to ensure that these offices are properly appointed and funded. In the Bahamas, we are good at passing new laws and setting up agencies on paper. We are not as good at providing the right level of funding and organizational structures to make sure these now new bodies get up and running quickly and efficiently. I say again, we are excellent at passing laws. We are a disaster of enforcement and making it happen. Hence, sometimes it takes many years before action comes from new legislation. Early in his term, the Prime Minister used to travel around the world talking about climate change. Talking about climate change. If the Prime Minister holds climate change measures as a major part of his agenda, he should ensure these pieces of legislation are properly implemented. Thus far, many believe that he has failed miserably in instituting the resilience and adaptation measures required to address climate change. Madam Speaker, while we pass these climate change-related pieces of legislation, there are other things the Bahamas must do in the fight against warming planet. Solarization of the national energy grid is underway. We should put more resources into further expanding these initiatives so that the Bahamas is more energy independent. Also, governments announced incorporation of national gas into the national energy mix designed to replace heavy fuel is the right direction. Natural gas is less polluting than the heavy fuels we currently use. We should work to make the government's fleet of vehicles as fully electric as possible. This would save the government money and set an example that we are serious about our part in a small way to reduce carbon emissions. For this legislation to work, we must also educate our people on what all this means. We might take lessons from Barbados with regards to their more extensive public and school education programs on climate change. Madam Speaker, this government has talked repeatedly about energy reform. So far, this has been a massive failure. Light bills are through the roof because the PLP removed the hedge my government left in place. Pun intended, we are being kept in the dark on BPL and the PLP. The opposition and the Bahamian people have little knowledge of the PLP's full plan as to how BPL may be transformed. What is the PLP and the Prime Minister's plan? Will workers truly be protected? Madam Speaker, I want to ask several questions. Is it true that BPL pension fund is still fully underfunded and the Pike Group are refusing to have individuals transferred over because they do not want to honor the pension or the union agreement, and as such, asking individuals to resign, thus losing all their benefits, and they taking them on as new employees. This is wrong and must be addressed. Then, Madam Speaker, all my stuff. Is it true that many of the linemen from BPL were sent to Abaco to clear the lines? They had the material, the staffing, and the manpower. The contract, or BPL, was expected to complete this job by the 9th of February. All accommodations for staffing was paid for, all cars were rented, all foods, lodging, etc. was provided. And just before BPL complete the project, a contract, a no-bid contract for about $1.2 million was issued to Talmac. You can check it out, Prime Minister, you can check it out. You don't have to answer me now, but I would like to get the answer if it's true. A $1.2 million contract, no bid, was issued to Talmac, and the BPL staff were immediately back to New Providence. No warning, nothing known as to why they were transferred back to New Providence. We'd like to have some answers on that question. And if that is true, we would like to know whose head will be rolling in this particular case. $1.2 million that could have been saved by the corporation when completing the line clearing by the linesman was within sight. But just like flash, they were whisked to New Providence. Madam Speaker, many do not understand fancy talks about carbon credits and trading. The government needs to find a way to communicate this proposed development in a way which the common person may understand. That is essential. They must understand. Otherwise, the people will think that the government is mixed up in funny business and trying to take advantage of a lack of understanding in the new global regime. Education and understanding is important. There is already a lot of misunderstanding as to how our natural resources industries work. From that misunderstanding has come much resentment that some are doing well off the commonwealth of our land and waters, while common man and woman getting nothing. Madam Speaker, I support the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill 2026 and the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2026. Again, I remind the Minister of Works that Bahama West is in urgent need of road surfacing and Sea Beach Estate. I don't want you to wait until you name a candidate for Kalani, and then you rush repairing my roads and make it appear as if she did it. She didn't or he didn't. She or he would not have done it. I, the member for Kalani, cry on behalf of my people for the roads at Bahama West and Sea Beach Estate to be repaired. It will not be used as a political tool to appear as if she or he requested it and had it done. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Good time. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you for recognizing me. I note comments raised by the member for Kalani, questions raised of some concerns of works that were being done by a BPL team in Abaco, I believe. Eleuthera, correct. I am advised that there were works that were started without the proper environmental approvals, and so BPL had asked the staff to stop the work. And I'm also advised that there was some circulation and rumor regarding some works handed over under no bid, and our audit team checked it, and it was not confirmed. I did ask BPL to provide me clarification in writing with all of what is circulating through social media so that we could provide the full answer, because I don't want anyone to be casting aspersions where the staff of BPL has been effectively working to improve and modernize our energy sector, and they are seeking to get the job done, except that at some instances we have to ensure that we do the work in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment. Okay? Further clarification will be provided if needed, but we will not stand for it.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Member for Elizabeth, I appreciate your response. That's why I like you. You respond very quickly. You and Angliston. Thank you very much.
As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamaha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I would usually be speaking at the end of the debate in this particular case, but I have a, yes, no, I'm not. We're in trouble. I'm a guest. I'm a speaker at a branch, at a meeting this evening, and my colleagues have graciously yielded. I hope my voice can carry. I was losing my voice a bit. But, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me this time. I would, thank you. I rise on the strength of the good people of Yamacraw, as I am honored for the opportunity to serve as their representative in this honorable place. Madam Speaker, I live as a part of my community, attend churches, shopping, supporting businesses such as Havana Cafe, which is an excellent place to have lunch.
Member?
I work out, sorry.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, as I say, work out and support our country's initiative of healthy living by supporting Empire Fitness, which is a business in my constituency. We have started our own park fitness program to promote healthy living in consistency with our health and wellness program. We have created a successful farmers market to promote backyard farming, entrepreneurship, and healthy eating. As our leader and administration have indicated in our blueprint for change, and we have established many youth programs, including STEM and agri-youth programs to impact our future, which are our children. These, among many programs, are impactful and bring real change to the community in which I lead and live. One of the most positively impactful initiatives is the establishment of a bulk waste transfer station that is central to my constituency, that began out of a desire to stop the dumping of trash, old furniture and appliances, and mattress and these sort of items in bushes. Residents have expressed their gratitude in this initiative, as we have seen tremendous decreases in indiscriminate dumping in vacant lots, parks, and even along roadsides. I'm pleased to announce that since its establishment in Yamakura through the Department of Environmental Health, several other similar stations have been requesting, and we have created across New Providence similar stations. As we move to create appropriate signage and privacy fencing for the locations, I would like to thank the residents of the East who have been properly using the sites to cause for overall beautification of our island and our country by keeping our communities clean. Mr. Deputy, I turn my attention to the bills at hand, and begin by thanking the Honorable Prime Minister for being a great leader that we are happy to work with, and that a country, the people of the Bahamas, are proud to call Prime Minister. Since day one, his message has been consistent, our progress has been steady, our country across the islands have been progressing. The opposition could have used this debate to speak of climate change and its impact on their constituents. However, they chose to give little time to this debate on those matters and focus most of their attention and time attacking this administration on Grand Bahama. I guess something happened in Grand Bahama recently that got their waters running, knowing that they had 5 members of parliament and 5 cabinet ministers and saw no progress and none of their promises delivered. And now that the opposite is happening, they feel some type of way. Mr. Deputy, these members stood and spoke on everything else but the bill at hand. Even in opposition, they showed a lack of focus. This shows a lack of leadership and also a lack of memory. They seem to only remember their blueprint of politics and what's printed in their leader's politrick book. We will stay focused, however. We will stay working whilst we fight to keep this country afloat, maintained, and progressing. They fight each other, and then they come in here and act like they're brand new. I would like to refer to a published article on this matter of climate change and something that they raised in their debate about the Office of Climate Change being removed from the Ministry of Environment. Let me be very clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The opposition, in my opinion, shows little ability to research or to be honest about doing research, because they would have not gone in this direction. A quote from one of the ministers on his feet said that we have gone against universal best practices. The results will show that this is not true. This is an article published on the 16th of August, 2024, and many similar articles can be found if they take the time to do the work. Mr. Deputy, the article is called Dedicated Climate Ministries Help to Reduce Carbon Emissions. And it goes on to say, I quote, "The challenging task of addressing climate change demands careful coordination and a comprehensive transformation of existing institutional arrangements. Our research into the establishment of dedicated climate ministries offers important insights into the concrete ways in which institutional change can bolster climate action." The article goes on to say, "The presence of a dedicated climate ministry or agency, as indicated by analysis, paves the way for a more coherent approach to climate action, eliminating the potential pitfalls that arise from blurred or disjointed responsibilities. By ensuring clear demarcation of responsibility and dedicating resources specifically towards climate policy issues, climate ministries enhance the effectiveness of existing climate policies. This finding refutes the notion that merely increasing policy numbers or intensifying the ambitiousness is the only path forward. Instead, it underscores the importance of having a dedicated body with clear responsibilities that can steer climate action in a focused manner." The article goes on to say, "A real impact comes from genuine specialization where climate action is prioritized and not diluted amidst other responsibilities. When climate action is situated within broader environmental ministries, the specificity required for targeted climate action could be compromised. Thus, while environmental concerns are undoubtedly paramount, there is a pressing need for focused attention on climate issues, given the scale and urgency of the climate crisis. In light of the findings presented, two straightforward policy recommendations can be made. Firstly, government should consider establishing standalone ministries or sole focus on climate change. Secondly, ultimately, these should be standalone climate ministries free from the dilution or attention and resources that often accompanies broader environmental or multi-focus portfolios." The study goes on to say, "The formation of dedicated climate ministries and their impact on carbon emissions presents a compelling argument revealing the importance of specialized institutional structures for effective climate action. However, the broader ecosystem within these ministries operate within which these ministries operate is characterized by interministerial dynamics and coalition politics. Both these aspects can profoundly influence the effectiveness of climate ministries in practice and thus merit close examination in future. In any governmental structure, ministries do not operate in isolation. Their action, decisions, and policy formulations often intersect with the mandates of other ministries. The intersection can either foster synergies or lead to competition for resources, policy dominance, or even bureaucratic turf wars. The distribution of ministerial portfolios amongst coalition partners is a strategic exercise, often reflecting the power, dynamics, and priorities of the involved parties. It would therefore be intriguing to explore how the influence of climate ministries varies, for instance, based on whether the ministry is led by the senior or junior partner in a coalition. As countries grapple with the urgent task of climate mitigation, creating dedicated climate ministries stands out as an actionable, impactful step. Coupled with robust execution, these institutional changes could become pivotal in the global battle against climate change. You see, Mr. Deputy, these two bills are critical to our quality of life here in the Bahamas. Bills addressing climate change are very important to the way we live and also our future projections and expectations. These are the Climate Change and the Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill 2025 and the Climate Change and Advisory Unit Bill 2025. Mr. Deputy, together, these bills provide us with a roadmap to plan for climate action, mobilize financial support, and safeguard the country's ability to create a carbon market system that delivers real benefits for Bahamians. These two bills are drafted to complement each other, and together they provide a seamless path that ensures organizations and integrity are present in the Bahamas' climate response. The Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2025 lists several objectives. I wish to highlight three of them in Section 3, subsection C, which speaks to mobilization, climate finance, subsection E, which refers to regulating and overseeing carbon markets, and subsection F, which speaks to mitigation, loss, and damage. Mr. Deputy, these objectives are key because they reinforce the fact that climate policy extends beyond the environment. It touches our national finance, tourism, housing, energy, and disaster impacts. In that context, it is fitting that the bill states that the Prime Minister has responsibility for the supervision and management of this act. This bill ensures that our country addresses climate change in a manner that is efficient and measurable, as it provides a national climate policy that shall be reviewed every 3 years and revised as necessary. Further, the bill requires a national adaptation plan to reduce vulnerability to the impacts of climate change that build adaptive capacity and resilience. The bill goes further and ensures that adaptation planning is practical by allowing it to target specific sectors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is how better governance connects to better quality of life. Well thought out planning means more effective infrastructure outcomes, more efficient disaster preparedness, and a more resilient country. Mr. Deputy, the bill creates strategic management across government. It states that the unit shall coordinate, implement, and have oversight of interministerial committees on climate change, climate finance, carbon markets, and climate policy. Also, sustainable development, special projects, and any other such committees that the minister may deem necessary. In other words, the bill creates a legislative route for climate matters to be coordinated as they move from ministry to ministry. And it backs that up with a practical support function. The unit must support various ministries and departments in the development of national strategic and related action plans, and provide support and advice when needed for the development of international climate reports. So, Mr. Deputy, this bill ensures that addressing climate change becomes a national responsibility by law. This bill strengthens climate finance capacity in several specific ways. It provides that the Climate Change Unit shall assist the Ministry of Finance and Disaster Risk Management Authority to utilize climate tagging tools to differentiate between resources budgeted for climate-related mitigation and adaptation activities. The bill also provides for the appointment of the Director of a Climate Change Unit, and this director will serve as a focal point to major climate finance bodies, including the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the Fund for the Response to Loss and Damage, among others. All of this enhances our ability to access funding in a systemic or a systematic and organized manner. Mr. Deputy, the bill goes further. It says the director shall assist in identification and make application for technical assistance and financial grants to support climate adaptation, mitigation, and national strategies. So, Mr. Deputy, the law is not only creating a unit, it is putting in place a framework to strategically pursue and support what is needed. The bill also states that the Climate Change Unit shall identify, where appropriate, new and emerging climate and economic opportunities for the Bahamas and identify suitable scientific and technological advances to contribute to the blue and green economy. This can strengthen our economy by opening pathways for employment, entrepreneurship, and investment. Mr. Deputy, the bill establishes a special fund to be known as the Climate Change Environmental Fund. This fund is tasked with receiving grants, climate debt swap fund, loss and damage funds, green climate fund, and adaptation funds, among other sources of climate financing. The bill further provides that any money is deposited into the fund and designated for a specific purpose, quote, shall be preserved and utilized solely for the designated purpose, close quote. This is important because it helps ensure climate funds are tracked and used as intended. Mr. Deputy, if our country is to participate fully as a carbon market activity, proper oversight and controls must be the order of the day. Said in another way, if our country is to participate fully in carbon market activity, proper oversight and controls must be the order of the day. The bill provides that the unit shall develop rules, guidance, and codes of practice to regulate participation activities. It also established supervision of management companies and carbon market administration by requiring the unit to renew and assess the management company's application, provide oversight, monitoring, and evaluation of a management company's activity, and provide periodic reports on those activities. Mr. Deputy, I now turn to the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill 2025. And in short, the bill is short, but it makes a powerful governance change, and it provides the following. The Prime Minister has overall general oversight and reporting obligation to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the Minister of Finance, who is the Prime Minister, is responsible for financial administration, ensuring that all levies associated with trade and carbon credits are paid. That transparency matters, Mr. Deputy, because integrity in carbon markets depend on trustworthy reporting to the UN system and transparent financial management. Further, there are the objects and reasons of the bill that's meant to transfer responsibility for reporting obligations to the Prime Minister and to include the emissions reduction resulting from agreements entered in for participation in the carbon market in the national reporting mechanism of the UNFCCC. So, Mr. Deputy, with this brief submission to the House, this bill ensures that carbon market outcomes are properly and accurately documented. And while we cannot dictate how other countries control their emissions or their activities, we can control the climate response here in the Bahamas, especially how credible and disciplined that responsibility or that response is. This is why, Mr. Deputy, despite all of the theatrics that we have seen today and the continued theatrics in this House, I cry shame on the members of the opposition and the opposite side on what they have done instead of contributing to this bill and what their constituents have experienced due to climate change. And I say that Yamakra will continue to fight for its members. The Prime Minister and this administration will continue to fight for this beautiful country, and Yamakra supports this bill. Thank you.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon.
Good night, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the faithful, caring, and supportive residents of Marathon. Before I address the compendium of bills, Deputy Speaker, I would like to extend my condolences to Shivago Burrows' family, his wife, Lakeisha Burrows, his daughter, Catherine. I would also like to extend my condolences to Bernard Lewis' family, Churchill Sub, and to Tanya Storr's family of Union Village. May the soul of our dearly departed rest in peace. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the amendments before this Honorable House and to associate myself with the contribution made by the Prime Minister on the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2025, and the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill, 2025. Deputy Speaker, I do so from the perspective of my responsibility as Minister of State for Urban Renewal and Housing. Because climate change is no longer an environmental conversation. It is a housing issue. It is a community issue. It is an issue that determines whether families feel safe in their homes and whether neighborhoods can withstand the pressures that come with stronger storms, flooding, and rising seas. Deputy Speaker, in urban and vulnerable communities across this country, the effects of climate change are felt first and felt hardest. When roofs fail or roofs fall, when drainage systems are overwhelmed, and when homes sit in flooded-prone areas, it is the people in those communities who face displacement, uncertainty, and long recovery periods. These bills speak directly to that reality by putting structure, coordination, and foresight into how this nation prepares. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has clearly outlined why resilience cannot be improvised after disaster strikes. From a housing and urban renewal standpoint, that is absolutely correct. Retrofitting communities after damage has already occurred is very costly, disruptive, and often traumatic for residents. Planning ahead, however, allows us to strengthen homes, improve infrastructure, and reduce risk before families are placed in harm's way. Deputy Speaker, the establishment of the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit as a statutory body is especially important for communities undergoing renewal and redevelopment. Housing policies does not exist in isolation. It intersects with land use, infrastructure planning, drainage, utilities, and access to services. Deputy Speaker, the requirement for a national climate change policy and a national adaptation plan also has direct relevance to my portfolio. These instruments guide how government prioritizes investments in communities that face repeated exposure to flooding, storm surge, and environmental stresses. Deputy Speaker, the climate finance governance is another critical aspect of these amendments. The creation of mechanisms such as climate budget tagging and the Climate Change and Environment Fund strengthens transparency and accountability. Urban renewal is about more than physical structures. It is about stability, dignity, and the ability of people to remain rooted in their communities. Deputy Speaker, I wish to respond intelligently to the member of Marcos City, who's not here, with this insinuation that he made when he said that the Prime Minister should not be the one heading the climate change agenda. I want to say the Prime Minister, as the CEO of this country, as the visionary of this moving train, steering the climate change agenda is necessary and truly important, not only for a select few, but important to the people of this country as a whole. And because of this, the Prime Minister is the rightful person to head the climate change agenda. Deputy Speaker, let me tell you why. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the Bahamas has suffered approximately 55 hurricanes, 13 of which were high intensity. Between September 1st and 3rd, 2019, the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama has experienced one of the most devastating and destructive natural disasters. Deputy Speaker, Hurricane Dorian, a Category 5 Atlantic hurricane, took countless lives, many of whom are still missing. Hurricane Dorian has affected 30,000 people by destroying their homes and property. Deputy Speaker, why the Prime Minister should be the rightful person to spearhead the climate change agenda? It is because the Bahamas has suffered about $3.4 billion in damages and losses, according to the ECLAC report 2019, reversing the country's recent economic progress, according to the World Economic Outlook 2019, and causing an effect that is equivalent to 1/4 of the country's GDP. Deputy Speaker, in the wake of Hurricane Dorian, we must never forget that thousands of Bahamians and residents had to be evacuated from Abaco and Grand Bahama. Churches and gyms were utilized as short-term shelters, and eventually they became long-term shelters that had to be supported by on-site clinics. This was a first in our history. And that is why the Prime Minister of this country is the rightful person to head the agenda for climate change. And as the member for Marcos City, he felt comfortable and excited to say that the Prime Minister of this country should stay out the affairs regarding climate change and allow others to control it. I say a resounding no to this notion. And every member in this House should agree with me. Deputy Speaker, our Prime Minister has shown his seriousness and commitment to the people of the Bahamas, as he always do. One such commitment was demonstrated as he attended the 26th conference of COP. They talked about the 29th. I'm going to talk about the 26th, where he outlined some of the Bahamas initiatives with respect to addressing climate change matters. Of significance during that COP26, the Bahamas became the second CARICOM member state to join the coalition of finance ministers for climate action. And with this position, the Bahamas will be able to influence international monetary policies, decisions, and negotiate on the cutting edge of climate financing. Deputy Speaker, the Bahamas has representation on several UN climate mitigation committees, namely the carbon markets, the Kyoto Protocol compliance, National Determined Contribution Partnership, and the Adaptation Committee. May I continue to say that the Prime Minister of this country, the good member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, should by all means head the climate change and carbon credit agenda for the Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, our Prime Minister, as I close, cannot afford to take a backseat to climate change matters because a chronic and vexing challenge experienced by small island development states such as the Bahamas is the use of the per capita GDP as the primary measurement of wealth. The member for Cat Island consistently advocates for funding from international bodies to fund this venture. Deputy Speaker, this superficial measurement results in our nation being continually denied non-reimbursable funding. It is because the GDP per capita and the national average income figures misrepresent the lived realities of most Bahamians, and they do not take into account factors such as the above average income inequality and the cost of living in the Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, we continue to press the case for the help of the United Nations to move toward a multidimensional vulnerability index as a better measurement to be used, as developing countries are in urgent need of funding for climate change. Who else, I say, is more strategic to drive this cause other than the Prime Minister of this country. Our Prime Minister has fought relentlessly on the international stage, notwithstanding it may be denied by many from our colleague opposites. A notable one to mention was in February 2023 at the Canada CARICOM Summit in Ottawa, whose focus was on climate resilience, access to finance, and disaster management. It was where our Prime Minister spoke on the international stage, where he advocated for financing for climate change. And it was in that forum that the then Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau of Canada, he made a commitment to give $44.8 million in new funding to support CARICOM nations. Not only that the voice of our Prime Minister reached out and touched the heart of that government, not just to support the Bahamas, but the CARICOM nations as a whole. Deputy Speaker, it is for these reasons that I, and on behalf of the great people of Marathon, that I support this compendium of bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That's many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, before I get into my contribution, I want to table some documents, because if I don't do so, I'm going to forget and leave here today. These were supposed to be tabled some time ago. Mr. Deputy, this is U.S. Embassy statement referenced during my last contribution with respect to their $500,000 grant for Hurricane Melissa disaster relief. Mr. Deputy, also, this is the Commonwealth of the Bahamas preparation of water supply development strategy for the Family Islands and all the other islands that was undertaken by Hydro Conceal on behalf of the Water and Sewage Corporation and sponsored or supported, funded, I should say, by the IDB. Mr. Deputy, these are, I guess, related documents. I'll have a clip.
Honourable Member, are you tabling?
Yes, yes, sir. I'm tabling all of these.
Thanks.
These are related documents concerning lot number 5, which I had mentioned, lot number 5 in Long Island of the CDB project. Thank you. And this particular item here, Mr. Deputy, includes about 5 different documents. That is the letter from the CDB, the request for no objection, the minutes from the pre-bid meeting, the bid review, and so on. And there's more, Mr. Deputy. This is a press release concerning works we were undertaking in Millis, McCann's, Sam McKinnon's, and Thompson Bay with respect to waterworks. And lastly, Mr. Deputy, this is the ad I referenced of some U.S. entities seeking to sell the Blue Hole in Long Island.
Order that the documents be brought up.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I rise on behalf of the great people of Long Island, who I have. Sorry. Okay. I rise on behalf of the great people of Long Island, Mr. Deputy, who I have the great privilege, the honor of serving my people, people who I grew up among, who I continue to live among and who I have the privilege of serving in this place. Mr. Deputy, I want to give condolences to the family, to a number of families actually. We had a number of deaths on the island in the last week or two. And so I want to firstly convey my condolences to the family of Mr. Ivan Burrow Jackson. Now, you know, everybody calls him Burrow. And he passed on Friday. I've known him pretty much all my life. A great guitarist, got a good heart, and we used to go to church together. And so to his family, his children, Marlon and Renda, and Wanda and Shonda, and their mom, Miss Eloise Jackson, the whole family, I extend my condolences. To the family of Miss Brenda Wells from Grays, I extend condolences on her passing. Also to the family of Mr. Jason Knowles, the owner of the Widdy K. To his brother, or his brothers Leo and Larry, and his sister Darlene, and to the entire family, I extend my condolences on his passing. Also, Mr. Deputy, I want to extend condolences to the family of Mr. Douglas Knowles, who passed as well. His brother Champ lives in Miami Bush, to Ashbird, to Mr. Keith Fox, to the entire family, I extend condolences. And then lastly, Mr. Deputy, about 2 or so weeks ago, I was taken aback to hear of the passing of Mr. Sean Pratt. And Sean Pratt is the mortician who formerly was with Rescue and then launched his own operation. I think it's called Amethyst. I met Sean back in 2011 when he was at Rescue. He buried my uncle at the time. And we built a relationship from there. He became someone of the family mortician. You know, he buried my cousin in recent years and others associated. Sean was a cool fellow. You know, when you dealing with grief and death, he knew just the right things to say. And so to his wife and his mom and dad and the entire family, children, I extend my sincerest condolences. Mr. Deputy, you know, before I get into these bills, you know, I was just having a conversation yesterday and today. We seem to have a rat infestation in this town because you go to Fish Fry, you know, to quote a friend of mine who said to me, you go to Fish Fry to order something from a restaurant, a rat would look at you and say, well, you ain't order for me too? That's just how much rats around here. You riding the road, Mr. Deputy, out there by Junkanoo, what's it called, Junkanoo Beach? And these places, rats are crossing the road like pedestrians, okay? We have a serious rat problem on this island, okay? And we got to do something about that, okay? Mr. Deputy, I've also been told by a couple of concerned citizens that they're being told not to come to the hospital at night because personnel are saying they ain't getting overtime, so don't come here. And, you know, people don't only get sick in the day, Mr. Deputy. So if that is the case, the government must do whatever is necessary to resolve the issues causing those things to be said to citizens, okay? I think it's important. Look, I have always had the view that PMH and this new hospital should be run by an entity like NAD, where, you know, we bring in a private entity of the ilk of a NAD to run our hospitals. Okay, I've personally lost faith in the PHA, and we see the good job that NAD is doing with the airport. So why not have an entity like that run the hospital? Mr. Deputy, I rise to contribute to these two bills, the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2025 and the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill 2025. And let me say at the outset, Mr. Deputy, climate change is not theoretical to us who live and have property on the family islands. It's not an academic exercise. It's not a conference item. You know, we are the ones who see the storm surges at the edge of our homes. We see the shoreline loss. You know, we see the salt
You can taste the salt creeping into the groundwater in the wells. You know, it's hurricane seasons that we experience that disrupt school and business and tourism and the very rhythm of life on islands like my constituency. And so, Mr. Deputy, the principle behind the bills is right. But let's talk about the structure a little bit. Mr. Deputy, I acknowledge that the principle behind the bills is sound, particularly as it relates to what we are seeking to accomplish with climate change. I believe that the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit is being placed on a statutory footing, and I can see the objectives, which is to develop this national climate change policy and plans and reporting obligations and so on. I get that. I also understand the necessity of institutional capacity, that is to access international climate funds and to coordinate effectively across ministries. You know, I hear people in here today talking about GCF, the Green Climate Fund. I remember having to deal with that when I was in another place and seeking to get funding to carry out various waterworks and undertakings across the islands. So I appreciate what the potential of these bills mean or can be. However, Mr. Deputy, I believe that these bills also contribute significant or concentrate significant authority in the office of the Prime Minister. And that's not a particular person, but the office itself, because it gives that office responsibility for climate change policy, climate finance coordination, international reporting obligations, carbon market oversight, administration of the Climate Change and Environmental Fund. All of these are placed either directly under the Prime Minister or flows from structures directly answerable to the Prime Minister. I believe that while central coordination may in some instances improve efficiency, this level of concentration, Mr. Deputy, might risk turning climate change governance into executive-driven function. There seems to be very limited parliamentary oversight, and I'm concerned about that. I think we should decentralize government. Under the principal bill, the Prime Minister obviously becomes the minister responsible for supervision and management of the Act, climate change and climate finance matters. And then, of course, under the amendment, we see where the Minister of Finance is assigned responsibility for financial administrations and ensuring levies are paid in carbon, credit trading, etc. And usually in the Bahamas, the practical reality is the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance over the years have traditionally been the same individual. And so maybe we should look at decentralizing as opposed to concentrating the influence, all of this, in one particular office. Mr. Deputy, so I support the intent, but my view is that, Parliament should see the results of these bills every year. Every year. So an annual climate report, I believe, should be tabled in Parliament. Mr. Deputy, I can't hear myself. So an annual climate report should be tabled in Parliament, Mr. Deputy. How else will the government ensure the fund does not become discretionary spending controlled centrally? I think maybe we should consider having an amendment where we include an annual parliamentary report, where maybe the director is to submit this annual report to Parliament detailing climate finance inflows, disbursements, project outcomes, and island-by-island allocation. Mr. Deputy, I also believe that when it comes to climate change and the environmental fund, we need hard governance rules. The bill says that designated monies must be preserved and used for a designated purpose. So if it is, then that is the case. Are we going to have parliamentary tabling of the fund's financial statements, or maybe that's an amendment that should be considered? I note also the bill speaks to climate budget tagging. I think that should be visible in a budget. And, the reality is, Mr. Deputy, the public should be able to open the budget and clearly see what is truly climate adaptation spend, or what is the mitigation spend, what is the disaster recovery spend. And then, of course, we come to climate market governance. Obviously, that must have checks When we talk about carbon markets, I think that is an opportunity for us. However, I think many people, including myself, will want to know, well, what is the criteria that will be used to approve the management companies referenced in these bills? And how are the levies going to be calculated? How are they going to be collected and accounted for? Especially since the amendment places levy assurance directly with the Minister of Finance. So we've heard here over the last few years, Mr. Deputy, that about carbon credits. The government has spoken about that extensively. Carbon credits and carbon markets and climate credits and so on. So how is the Bahamas actually, what's the Bahamas received in terms of carbon credits so far? Has it received anything? What has been generated? We want to know. We want to know. And if these bills are to mean anything, they must deliver measurable resilience outcomes on the ground. When it comes to Family Islands, Mr. Deputy, the government previously announced a Family Island Development Fund. But since that announcement, there's been very little public detail with respect to that, very limited reporting about it, and there's no clear indication of any active funding streams or projects associated with that fund. So are carbon credit revenues going to be or intended to feed into this fund as well? If not, why not? You know, Mr. Deputy, on this particular topic, as I was sitting down and reading and doing my research, I pulled up the now governing party's blueprint for change. And one of the things they said, Mr. Deputy, is that they were going to strengthen the existing hurricane shelters to withstand 220+ miles per hour gusts and 20-foot storm surges on all islands. I can say that hasn't been done on my island, so that's not so. They also said, Mr. Deputy, that they're going to improve critical drainage infrastructure on the islands, right? That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened on my island, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, they said they were going to develop an effective evacuation policy that ensures the safety of citizens. I haven't seen this effective evacuation policy. I haven't seen this evacuation policy. I said the evacuation policy. I haven't seen that policy. They said that they're going to invest. Oh, yes.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the House do sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. They said they were going to invest in coastal infrastructure and the flood proofing of critical infrastructure. Well, I haven't seen that. They said they were going to seek international grants to invest in natural dunes, retention ponds, and amphibious vehicles. I haven't seen any of that either. I haven't seen any of that. Definitely not in Long Island. They said they were going to develop a system to conduct vulnerability studies or assessments for our infrastructure and ecosystems. I haven't heard anything further about this system that they said that they were going to develop. They also said here they were going to secure, this is at page 38 here, they were going to secure carbon credit payments for our natural resources. To my knowledge, we haven't gotten any carbon credit payments to date. Now, they also said here on the Sovereign Investment Fund, the PLP will create a new sovereign investment fund and consider transferring the government's private sector investments with consideration given to investments in APD, Alive, BTC Cable Bahamas, Bank of the Bahamas, and the Bridge Authority. I haven't heard of this sovereign investment fund or the transfer of the government's investments or consideration of these various entities into such a fund. So that too hasn't been done. They said that this fund would be managed using professional managers and structure, and that the structure would allow the government to creatively and systematically leverage those holdings to allow them to work for Bahamians. We haven't heard or seen much or anything about that from then to this day. And then the last thing I want to point out here, they said that they, at page 46, were going to commit to a strategic plan for each island in conjunction with the National Development Plan. The Bahamas is not just Long Island. I can say with 100% certainty that I have not seen a strategic plan for Long Island at all. Mr. Deputy, family islands deserve equity. Our family islands, we want to receive our fair and guaranteed share of climate adaptation funding. So how does the government prevent Nassau-centric allocation of climate resources? You know, when it comes to us, Mr. Deputy, I believe that we should have a schedule or regulation-making power establishing. We should have minimum resilience, included in these bills, minimum resilience standards for each island. You know, climate change for islands like Long Island and the family islands is not theoretical. It is a lived experience and not an academic concept. On Long Island, Mr. Deputy, climate change is most visible when you look at stronger hurricanes that hit us, you look at heavier rainfall, higher storm surge, etc. And some of the practical impacts, Mr. Deputy, include roads. You know, the roads that were once reliable roads, when there's a storm or even a heavy rainfall, they become impassable. You look at repeated coastal erosion. You could walk along the coastline. I could walk along to see when I was a little boy and what it is today and how far the sea now comes in as opposed to what it was then. Communities that existed safely, Mr. Deputy, for generations in various settlements on my island now are facing serious flooding risk, okay? And then, so when you think about the threat of storm surge, you see that in our homes when there's a storm, a hurricane, a really serious tropical storm, even in some cases a serious tropical depression, you see where your homes are flooded. You see where the docks can be flooded. You have utility issues. Your access routes are blocked and flooded. So the greatest impact on our islands is in these low-lying coastal settlements. Mr. Deputy, as it relates to coastal erosion, we have seen, and those of us who represent family islands or grew up on family islands and of a certain age can attest to this, we've seen the gradual erosion of our coastline, eating away beaches and natural buffers. We've seen increasing damage with every storm that hits us now, okay? So we see these things quietly destroying public and private assets, okay, without sustained coastline protection. Water security is becoming a growing concern on the family islands, Mr. Deputy. You see longer dry periods followed by intense rainfall. You see increased risk of saltwater intrusion into the groundwater. You know, back then, my Grammy them used to call it brackish water, but now the water is pretty much salt in the well water and so on. You see reduced freshwater resilience. And then, of course, I feel that there's insufficient investment in protecting our water sources and upgrading our distribution systems and building redundancy into the island water infrastructure. The family islands, Mr. Deputy, I believe, carry the greatest climate risk, but yet we receive, I believe, the least climate preparation. This government, when you look at the record, climate preparedness, I believe, has been piecemeal or reactive. I just said they promised in their blueprint that each island would have a strategic plan. We have not seen that strategic plan for each island, and I read it from the blueprint just now. You see a common pattern here where we have storms and repairs are done after the storms, right? Resilience needs to be built before the storms, infrastructure. You know, when you talk about the infrastructure, we now have to embrace the infrastructure that looks at climate adaptation and climate resilience. So let's build resilience before the storm. We have inadequate investment in family island logistics and recovery capacity. We see after storms delays in debris removal, material delivery, contractor mobilization, infrastructure repair. And you know the consequences, Mr. Deputy, a prolonged economic disruption, delayed school reopenings, and increased strain on families and businesses. So climate governance must not become another administrative layer centered in New Providence. We must deliver stronger buildings, safer roads, protected shorelines, reliable water systems, and faster post-storm recovery. Long Island needs climate-ready infrastructure. And I can tell you, Mr. Deputy, there are a number of concerns I have as it relates to Long Island. Because as I said, I don't see any comprehensive coastal protection program. I can say with 100% certainty that during this term, no seawalls were constructed anywhere on Long Island by this government. None. So you have communities such as Glintons and Millerton and Sims and Buckley's that remain exposed to storm surge and coastal erosion to date. And it isn't like I haven't requested these things. We see chronic flooding in areas that remains unresolved. So for example, in places like Scrub Hill and Hamilton's, and this flooding is linked to White Pond, where water remain in homes and roads for weeks after a storm or a serious rainfall. You got properties that become effectively uninsurable. There's properties on Long Island that cannot be insured. In fact, I remember trying to insure a place last summer, and the insurance company, having insured me for almost 20 years, told me that they don't insure for hurricanes anymore, that I could insure it for fire. I said, listen, man, we want hurricane insurance. They don't want to cover you for that anymore on these islands. So you're effectively uninsurable. And so we see similar flooding, chronic flooding in places like Pindus and Millis and Wimsis and the Crossing and Grace and Lower Deadman Ski, right? We need drainage systems in these places because we have no permanent drainage or in these areas, no runoff solutions. And I'm requesting that. I've written for it repeatedly. And I want to say that under both administrations, we've gotten some. We didn't get any this term, though. Modern drainage and culvert systems were not installed and have not been installed. And I'm hoping with these road works that modern drainage and culvert systems will be installed to address flooding and intense rainfall issues on the island so that our roads don't be impassable after storms and that the emergency response and the recovery is not delayed. Mr. Deputy, in Lower Deadman Ski, for example, we've seen repeated flooding. Every area, almost every part in Lower Deadman Ski, but more particularly around the airport, that area there, we've seen extreme flooding in that particular area. And we see the disruption there, and hopefully as we go on to construct a new facility, that we address the flooding issues and have drainage systems put in place so that there's no disruption to air access and emergency logistics, and then there's quick post-storm recovery. Mr. Deputy, public buildings. Public buildings, this government promised to systematically harden public buildings. This is what they said in their blueprint for change. But public buildings in my constituency, and I don't know if anywhere else, but I haven't seen them systematically hardened. So you're talking about clinics and schools and community centers. These have not been upgraded to be climate resilient shelters because this government did promise to strengthen the existing shelters to withstand 220 miles plus gusts and 20 feet storm surges. I've not seen that in Long Island. There's no permanent island-based recovery capacity, okay? And this is something that we need to address as we come to this conversation about climate resilience. Climate resilience delayed, Mr. Deputy, is climate resilience denied, and it is against this lived reality that these bills must be judged. Now, I spoke about the family islands and equity and not having everything concentrated in New Providence. And I'm very serious about that. We have lived the Nassau, those of us who are family islanders, we've lived the Nassau-centric experience. And so, Mr. Deputy, when it comes to Long Island, if carbon credits are generated from Long Island's natural environment our marine resources, our blue carbon assets, or any land-based sequestration, then a substantial portion of these proceeds, Mr. Deputy, should be reinvested in Long Island. We don't want that to come to Nassau, to go into some black hole fund, and we don't get much of that to come back to us. If Long Island contributes to the climate value of this nation, Long Island must also share directly in the climate benefits. And that is my fervent belief. So, Mr. Deputy, in closing, I support the framework, but the government must use language of climate to create, must not use the language of climate. They must not use the language of climate to create another layer of administration that does not translate into stronger shelters, into stronger infrastructure, into water security, into shoreline protection, and into faster recovery for Long Island's and all of our family islands, and that includes New Providence, because we want to be protected here too, because we got to come into New Providence. This is the center. And so, Mr. Deputy, with those few words, I rest. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order that the documents do lie on the table. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Angliston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I won't be long. This has been quite a lengthy debate, and I think it's been discussed quite fully. I believe the Prime Minister's initial statement or communication set out comprehensively, and the rest of our members have been able to speak to this. But I rise on behalf of the people of Angliston to contribute to this debate. And, Mr. Deputy, today's debate represents, in my view, I heard the member for Long Island, but what ain't happened. But I think this legislation represents a government that is hard at work. We are looking purposefully at the dilemma we face with climate change, severe flooding, and monster storms. So, Deputy, I remember when I used to look at the sea, and it was just this beautiful expanse, the horizon, the sun, etc. But now, after the experiences we've had in recent years, I look at the sea as a potential torrent that can wreak or wrought severe damage in any particular community at any time. And this is part of the impact that climate change has had even on our consciousness about how we analyze our environment. And the importance of this legislation, Mr. Deputy, is that it marks a refusal to reside as simple victims to climate change, and also while we refine our ability to respond expeditiously, and we've been pretty good at that, to disaster. Today, we are continuing to look with fresh eyes at planning, infrastructure, and funding relative to disaster management, resiliency, and response. Clause 12 deals with some of the matters Long Island spoke about, and I will get to it, because I don't believe that he fully represented what the legislation seeks to do. Mr. Deputy, we are a small island developing state, and that's never going to change. But what will change is the way in which our country positions itself and enhances our viability in the face of what is now a scientific risk to the Bahamas. The legislation that we are debating this evening follows upon and amends the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Act of 2022, which aim to monetize certain aspects in our environment. What we are seeing today is thinking out of the box. This is what is happening here today, Mr. Deputy. This legislation is being introduced to give a legal structure to previous actions in our carbon credits, to implement national climate policy by creation of a statutory body. The Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit is established in this legislation to cause for the development and submission of national climate reports. We are seeing structure, intentionality, which we have not seen before in this country. This legislation seeks to regulate and oversee carbon markets, to engage in climate negotiations, to mitigate loss and damage, to encourage and implement action for climate empowerment. So what we are seeing here is not ad hoc. It is an intentional response to the very serious risk this nation faces. I particularly appreciate the action for climate empowerment, which is discussed in Section 2 of the bill, the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill. And it speaks about the action for climate empowerment. And Section 2 defines that as the term adopted under Article 12 of the Paris Agreement that refers to the empowerment of all members of society. This is fundamental. This is now taking this issue that we face out of silos or agencies and taking it at a grassroots level in this nation so that every person understands the risk we face with climate change. And it speaks about all members of the society to engage in climate action through education, public awareness, training, public participation, public access to information, and international cooperation on these issues. And so, Mr. Deputy, this legislation provides for a methodology that allows our people to become part and parcel of the understanding and knowledge of what is happening here. This legislation provides for a national climate policy to reduce vulnerability and impacts of climate change and builds adaptive capacity and resiliency. It also mandates, as you've heard, interministerial coordination, establishment of the Climate Change and Environment Fund, and I think that is what the member for Long Island spoke to, Section 12. This is, he read from the Blueprint for Change and said, this ain't happened, this ain't happened. And what is happening is that we are now having a very structured, comprehensive, grassroots approach to this issue of climate change in this country. It speaks about the fund, which will come out, we hope, from the monetization of our seagrasses and whatever else. But this fund, Section 12, speaks about monies of the fund shall be used to implement climate projects and initiatives, not for any other purpose. The legislation says how the fund is to be used to meet the Bahamas' climate adaptation, climate mitigation, sustainable development, and economic strategies and plans. And it goes further and says any monies deposited into the fund may be designated for a specific purpose or made subject to a specific condition. The legislation sets out very clearly how the funds are to be utilized and the purpose. The obligations, and it speaks about the obligations under the Paris Agreement. And as I've said before, I'm particularly interested in Section 2, which is the action for climate empowerment, because while this speaks about monetization of seagrasses, structures, etc., this is perhaps one of the most fundamental components of this legislation, because it is causing all of us now in our everyday lives and how we manage ourselves to understand that we are living in a reality in which there is continuing risk, and we are activated in that consciousness, and that we are mandated to respond in a way that shows we understand what we are facing. And this particular section, as I said, creates what I call a grassroots movement which will raise awareness of all of our populations at every level in any sphere. And this includes public education, but I want to speak a little about education in our public schools and in the formal curriculum with our nation's children. And this is already in train. This legislation mandate highlights the need for real-world education for our country in curriculum development, moving out of the concretized constraints which curriculum has historically seen, and integrating an urgent relevancy for the development and enlightenment of our young people. The education bill, which we hope to bring very soon to this Parliament for debate, it represents the first comprehensive review since 1962, although there have been piecemeal amendments throughout the years. So it's been 60 years since we've had a comprehensive review of that legislation, which creates the framework for the delivery of education. But in this revision, you will see specific reference to climate change, climate education as a mandate for levels of water and destruction all over this country, and trauma persisting to this day in Grand Bahama and Abaco. And we continue to be at risk and vulnerable to devastating economic impact or worse, death. But the opposition in this debate has failed to even speak fully. We had one or two. I think Long Island tried, and then he got political at the end. But they have failed in this debate to give a full aeration to perhaps the single most compelling issue to be faced by the Bahamian people. I can't think of anything more compelling, because we have no control over this. We just vulnerable. And in this House, on this issue that affects so many people and all of us in this country, they chose to have this manner of debate. And I want the Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy, to appreciate what happened in this Parliament today. This was just nothing. The importance of this debate was minimized by the opposition. I know the politics, I could do it myself, and I do it kind of okay. But, I never got this carried away, even on that side. This is an important matter. Very, very important to the Bahamian people. So, Mr. Deputy, we would not want our people or an emerging generation to be misled in this Parliament by the nature of their debate as to the emergency that we face in this country. It is an emergency. When we go through hurricane season, I thank God when we finally get to the close. And it's half a year. We had half a year. We under this risk. Half a year. We're under this risk. We want our young people in particular to be critical thinkers and courageous actors, and to not tolerate in any forum, and certainly not in this place, dialogue that does not respect their intelligence nor honor their future. And that's what we saw in here today. Politics, I get the politics. We understand, we do it in here. Not on this issue. Not on this issue. People still traumatized, educators, healthcare workers, regular citizens still traumatized from what they have to fight for their lives. You notice to have to fight for your life? So the issue of climate change is real, and it is frightening for me. This legislation which we debate today brings dynamic structure to policy and planning and monitoring. It raises climate awareness and climate intelligence in the population, and most especially young people. And I believe we should start at pre-primary. Little babies, we have to begin to softly raise awareness. We are that people now. We're a people that need to understand what we face. And so this legislation, in my view, represents innovation in the leveraging and structure of our natural resource, the seagrasses, and without any, we should make this clear, without any disturbance to that natural resource. And quite the contrary, it encourages preservation and respect for our blue carbon credits, and to also mobilize climate finance. Mr. Deputy, the way forward must be, I wanted to just, I made a note on carbon credits. I don't know if the Prime Minister spoke to it. I know we had it before in here, but I looked at carboncredits.com. According to scientific studies, pound for pound, mangroves can store up to 4 times more carbon than terrestrial forests. This means that blue carbon offsets can remove enormous amounts of greenhouse gases relative to the amount of area they occupy. On top of that, they also provide a whole slew of other side benefits to their local ecosystems. So this is really opening a whole new reality for us, while at the same time raising awareness of the mandatory nature of having to respect our seagrasses. This is raising awareness while it seeks to do other things through the credits. So, Mr. Deputy, the way forward must be a more conscientious and considered approach to national development that positions our nation for sustainable progress and prosperity. I am grateful that we are coming to a place where we are looking with real eyes as to where we are and what we are, and finding ways in which to respond that creates a resiliency and a sustainability. This, I think, is unprecedented, Mr. Deputy. So I just want to, before I sit, I want to say that the Ministry of Works has agreed to host a meeting at Christ the King in Ridgeland Park West on Monday at 6:30, because we have an issue of severe flooding in Ridgeland Park West and in the Grove. And they will come the Ministry of Works will come to speak to the community about the issues of flood mitigation and all of these issues. I only end by saying, Mr. Deputy, I always believe through education, through governance, that we always behave in a particular way. And that way is that we show that we have a fundamental respect for the people that we represent, the people that we're educating, that they have intellect, that they have emotional intelligence, that they have dreams and aspirations, fears, hopes, desires, whatever it is, and that that policy and legislation and action which connects to that and brings about solutions that takes a people forward, like we are seeking to do with the people of Grand Bahama. We know the people of Grand Bahama want to see more. I want to see more. I used to go there when it was banging, what they call it, the Magic City. When everyone go out, they go out, when I ready to go home, they had now 11 o'clock midnight. And so much industry, etc. So we all feel the tragic struggle that many Grand Bahamians feel, but I know that they can look qualitatively and see that in the last 4 years, the member for Cat Island and Rumkey personally has sought to lead a charge to seek to improve the quality of life of the people of Grand Bahama. And I believe, God willing, we will be able to achieve all that we set to do, so that there will be, the buzz in Grand Bahama will come back from east to west and in between. And so, Mr. Deputy, I end by saying that I support this legislation. I believe that it is taking us in the right direction of being a more intelligent population as to what it is and who we are as a people under threat, and that we are able to, through innovation, through conscientious planning, begin to create a more protective framework and progressive framework for the Bahamian people and for generations yet unborn. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's my privilege to stand again on behalf of the great constituents of St. Anne's to give my budget contribution on these two bills, the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill and the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's been a lot of mixed messaging, mainly coming from the government side, so I'm going to try to keep it simple and clean. We're not about doom and gloom in the opposition. If you would have listened to the government, you would have heard a lot of doom and gloom all day long. I mean, they're dooming and glooming predictions for what the opposition's got to say, and it's just unnecessary, especially when you have about 20 of them speaking the same speech. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, carbon credits. Carbon credits were what the good Prime Minister for Cat Island, Rumkey, and Salvador came in with. That was his swan song, his maiden speech. We were expecting maybe $350 million in revenue to $400 million in revenue a year. Some predictions even as high up as $900 million in revenue a year. Fantastic. That would have been incredible for the country. Did it happen? No. So when you're representing that you're going to bring in $350 million to $900 million and you don't bring in a single dollar, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that something that you've succeeded at, or is that something you failed at? That's something you failed at, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We do have this legislation. The government and the opposition are both in agreement that we'll go ahead with this legislation. It has some peculiarities, but we have indicated that we're in support of it. I personally have a few proposed amendments that I'll conclude with. But the carbon credits are something that we are still excited about if the market ever resurfaces. I think the carbon credit market has disappeared, but we're still excited about it in case it ever comes, like us striking oil, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Maybe we'll all become rich and won't have to work again, and maybe then in that time only will the people consider voting COI. But for right now, it's just a pipe dream like the COI. So we're going to stick with the PLP, or we're going to stick with the FNM. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the carbon credits are based on the enormity of our seagrass beds. Our seagrass beds are what our turtles feed on. Our bull sharks follow the turtles and feed on the turtles. The researchers came to study the bull sharks. They found the turtles on the seagrass bed. They found the seagrass bed. It wouldn't have been for the turtles, it wouldn't have been for the bull sharks, and it wouldn't have been for the researchers that the grass beds, to the extent that they are and the benefit that they'll be in this potential market, were discovered. The turtles, they were protected from overfishing by previous Free National Movement governments. The sharks were protected from overfishing by previous Free National Movement governments. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have this discovery of these seagrass beds as a result of the action taken by the Bahamian people through the Free National Movement government. Now, I don't know what changed. I think everybody has to admit that there was a change, because as I opened, we expected $350 million, $400 million, maybe up to $900 million a year. And we haven't gotten a dollar. I know that the government side has dirtied the Prime Minister's pants with all the compliments they've praised on him today. But as he traveled the world, there was one statement that he made. In his view at the time, it was justified, But I never believed that if you're selling your nation to the world, asking for money, you don't tell them about how they're putting their feet on your necks. It's not comforting to anybody. It's going to discourage persons. In my recollection, it was after that period that the discussions on the global stage began to diminish on the excitement over carbon credits. Not definitely related, but we didn't do ourselves any favor with a statement like that. The entire world is facing economic hardship, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to expect that persons are going to give us money just because we have grass beds, I think is no longer a realistic dream, and it's quite far-fetched. So as Bahamians, while we have this legislation, are going to pass this legislation in case of one day there is a possibility, we can't continue to tug on the coattails of other nations for donations. We as Bahamians cannot continue to tug on the coattails of other nations for donations. We didn't become the greatest country in the Caribbean by waiting for others to give us handouts, Mr. Deputy Speaker, however we justify them. We have the greatest industry in the country, most envied in the country in our tourism industry. It's provided an abundance of foreign currency into our economy for decades, and we have collected millions, 1.5 billion roughly for the last 3 years off of value-added taxes from Bahamians, from other consumers in the country. We are receiving and generating a lot of money into our economy. And with that money alone, because we haven't received anything from the carbon credits, with that money alone, if we were taking climate change seriously, we would have seen policies, maybe not in writing, but things that could be pointed out. The member for Central and South Eleuthera today couldn't even respond about any seawalls being put in place. It took the good member for Southern Shores to remind the House that there had been 2 seawalls constructed in his constituency, and then there was some effort to identify maybe 1 or 2 others, but the locations of those were never stated on the record. Seawalls is one thing. That is a preventative measure to strengthen the coastline, but the best measure is the one that Mother Nature and God provided us in our natural environment. That's the mangroves. As a Rotarian, I previously participated in mangrove propagules, populations of the Bonefish Pond Park, and I see small charitable organizations, persons that provide their volunteer time, some that receive funding, continuing with that exercise. It was an exercise under the Bahamas National Trust, but we're not doing it on any large scale. So if we're really serious about climate change, where are the things that we're doing with our own money? Not just replacing docks, causeways in Elbow Key that was done in the last administration, or docks that was done in Spanish Wells and Russell Island. But actually, what are we doing as Bahamians with true pride in our country to protect it? We don't have to be the leader of the Caribbean or the leader of our region simply because we can show you how many stamps we have in our passport or how many of these global events we've attended. We can show you by example after example, photograph after photograph, news story after news story of what we've done as a government, what we've done as a country, what we've done by constituency, by community, to ensure that our shores are rebuffed against the heavy storm surges. And as far as building codes, we're taking measures to provide housing for persons that need housing, but that they're not on low-lying areas, and they're up to hurricane force winds. We've had hurricanes in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas long before independence, long before the idea of climate change came about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've had recently Melissa, so that's in recent years. We've had Hurricane Dorian, that was Category 5, the worst that came over the Bahamas. But we've also had Hurricane Andrew that came through. I was a youngster then, a young man, not even, maybe not even in my teens, and I could see the devastation that Hurricane Andrew had on the island of Eleuthera. You had an island that basically was inhabited, had settlements on it for centuries, and it was completely wiped away. No tree was able to be seen on the island after that hurricane. We've also had earlier ones, the Great Bahamas Storm of 1932, and then the Great Cuban Storm of 1933. Both of those, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in those early years at the beginning of the 20th century were Category 5 hurricanes. The point is that we've managed, through what God has blessed us with, through what our geography has provided us with, we've always been in a hurricane belt. Ever since the first inhabitants came to these islands, there's always been storms that come up through the islands below us, through the southern islands, and straight up through New Providence. It was the reason, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in fact, why New Providence was chosen as the capital over Georgetown, Exuma, and Harbor Island, because of the safe harbor that we had here. The island of the breakage of Paradise Island, the breakage of Salt Key, the breakage of Athol Island, and even Rose Island. The harbor of New Providence, where our cruise ships are now, where our sailboats are now, where our mail boats are now, is the best safe harbor in the region, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that wasn't because of going around the world asking persons for money. That was because of the gifts that God's creations bestowed upon us when we arrived here at different times. We can do on our own. We don't need others in order to get busy with the action that needs to be taken to protect ourselves from climate change. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was also an entity that was created to deal with the partnership and management of the carbon credits. That was Carbon Management Limited, which at the time had an association with Beneath the Waves. The Bahamian people haven't heard anything about carbon credit management since that relationship was established in 2022 or 2023. We didn't hear a single thing about them today. We didn't hear anything about the trading of carbon credits. So clearly, that optimism of what we should have been receiving by now has not only faded, it's disappeared. The government's presentation today was purely about how wonderful the member for Cat Island, Ronki, and San Salvador is as a prime minister, how important he is on the world stage, and there wasn't anything about projects that have benefited the Bahamas. It's just about how close we're getting to receiving money from foreigners, and that even though we haven't received any money yet, we're going to keep trying, we're going to keep flying, because one day foreign nations will begin to buy our carbon credits. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can put our focus on other things, and when I say other things, we can put our focus not on flying around the world, positioning ourselves to ask for money, but we can get to the work right here in our own country. Our parents, our forefathers, they did it all. We can as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We don't need to be a nation of dependency, and it's not right for me to categorize it that way, but I'm saying it just to make the point. it seemed today that our actions were dependent upon somebody else providing funding. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to the Climate Change and Environment Advisory Unit Bill, it has some interesting definitions, and I think that the majority of Bahamians don't quite know exactly what some of the definitions or really what the carbon credit market's about. So the carbon credit, a carbon credit means a saleable verified emission reduction or removal credit or other carbon mitigation measured recognized under the standards of the Paris Agreement, which is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon dioxide or the carbon dioxide equivalent, which can be counted towards an individual, company, country, or organization's greenhouse gas mitigation targets. Another definition, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is carbon markets, and that means carbon pricing mechanism that enable governments and non-state actors to trade greenhouse gas emission credits with the aim to achieve climate targets and implement climate actions. We've debated this climate bill before when the current administration came in, and again when the legislation was being passed. And I've said it before, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that what we're really doing in the carbon market, where we're trading our carbon credits to nations that are producing excessive amounts of carbon emissions, is that we are receiving payment for our own destruction. If we really believe that climate change is going to rise the tides, we are not having the largest emitters stop emitting the carbon. We're just saying that for you to continue in the business, you got to cut me in. You got to buy me, you got to buy some carbon credits from me. And that may be perplexing to some people as a business decision, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but the end result isn't a reduction in carbon emissions. And if we believe that carbon emissions contribute to climate change and rising sea levels, what are we doing to stop the carbon emissions? Nothing. We're saying here, offender number 1, you're sending out 3 million carbon dioxide equivalent of 1 ton of carbon dioxide. So you're sending out 3 million tons of carbon dioxide. Now the world is saying you got to bring that down to 2 million. So we're going to sell you 1 million worth of carbon credits to bring your output of 3 million down to a net level of 2 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reality of the 3 million of carbon dioxide tonnage going out into the environment hasn't stopped. It's still at 3 million. But when you bring the Bahamas in and buy 1 million in carbon credits for us, you can then put on your balance sheet that you're netting out to 200 million or 2 million in carbon tonnage credits. So when we sell to an offending nation,
the chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
There's a simple economic principle that price will put some people out of a market. If the cost of providing the service comes with the cost of buying carbon credits, the cost of the service provided would increase, and fewer people may well consume the service, and therefore the actual offending conduct might fall. And so it's not accurate to say that the whole regime does not lead to a reduction.
Thank you, honourable member.
so Mr. Deputy Speaker, based on the wise response of the member for Freetown, I doubt he's ever heard of the cost of doing business being passed on to the consumer. So why would that change? If the cost of doing business becomes too costly, businesses don't go out of business. They charge the consumer the amount of money that they need to stay in business. That's a basic principle. I know I know ideally someone may say, I'm not going to pass it on to the consumer. Their life is hard enough. I mean, in the Bahamas right now, we got 7,000 people on food assistance. I won't even go back into some of the comments that were raised during the budget contribution. But things are rough here in the Bahamas. Things are rough around the world. Businesses that are emitting carbon dioxide are not going to reduce their emissions if they can continue to stay in business and charge the consumer the cost, the added cost of doing business. That's my point. You don't have to agree or disagree. We're on two different sides, but it's about discussion, and that's a valid point in my opinion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Then we have this issue of climate finance. Climate finance is means local, national, or transnational financing drawn from public, private, and alternative sources of financing that seeks to support mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage actions that addresses climate change. So this is what climate finance is about. Now, when we heard that we might get some money, I think Tall Pines was saying that we might get some money through the health system going to these events. You know, you get a 200-page bundle of papers, and somewhere in there you could access $273 million worth of available funding. Not a penny of it has yet been secured through that initiative. But climate finance, these are national and local or transnational financing from the public, private, and alternative sources of financing that seek to support mitigation. All right, what have we done for mitigation? Adaptation. What have we done for adaptation? And loss and damage actions. I know Tall Pines was saying, you know, our clinics, they get wiped out every time a hurricane comes around, so we've got to rebuild them up again. So that may be within the loss and damage action category, but I haven't heard in this term of any clinics. I didn't hear of any clinics today that were wiped out in the last hurricane that needed to be rebuilt. It may have happened, but it was definitely missed in the presentation part of today's very, very lengthy debate. And climate mitigation means actions to reduce or prevent greenhouse gas emissions from human activities. Again, what preventions are we doing to contribute to our own mitigation? I told you before about why New Providence became the capital of the Bahamas.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Nassau Village.
Deputy. To the member's point, currently the government, right now, through the, specifically, through the Bahamas Mangrove Alliance, in conjunction with the Ministry of Environment and also BNT, coming on as a civic partner, has planted over 135,000 mangroves in our effort to adapt and mitigate against climate effects. This allows us to achieve that very point that the member is speaking about. It's been ongoing from 2022, and now they have arrived at 135,000 plus seedlings and that they expect to hit at 2026.
Okay, so that's the mangrove propagation initiative that I mentioned was going on since 2019. It's a good initiative. We can't ever reduce the significance of.
The chair recognizes your honourable member for Nassau Village.
Once again, for the member's edification, it's called the Northern Bahamas Mangrove Restoration Project. That's the one that I'm specifically speaking to.
Thank you, honourable member.
So we can't ever diminish the importance and significance of mangrove propagation initiatives. As I said in my contribution, which is going on now, in Rotary, Bahamas. In Rotary in 2019, along with the Bahamas National Trust, we were planting propagules, mangrove shoots in the Bonefish National Pond project, and it's good that over a 3-year period, without an amount being disclosed as to how much they've contributed to this charitable organization, 135,000 mangrove propagules have gone into the ground. So that's one thing. Now, this is the bread and butter item that this Davis Cooper administration came in on into the House. That was part of their first contributions in the House. As I said, 350, 400 million to 900 million was expected every year. Fantastic. Not a single dime was received, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That's what they came in on. And look at us today. You heard from so many backbenchers today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To me, it seemed like this might be the last debate before the bell is rung. Everybody is getting their little bit of campaign time on camera today. Look at the time now. It's 8:10. This is not a budget debate contribution. This is a carbon. This is. This is a carbon credit amendment. So we've already debated the bill. Why are we having roughly 20 backbenchers speak today, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Why are we having roughly 20 backbenchers? Why does everybody want to get on camera today, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And they're talking about today, they got the same speech they had, literally. I mean, you could probably identify 12 identical issues that they've spoken about today that they spoke about in 2022 when they introduced carbon credits. They've had a whole term, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They started with this, they're ending with this, and they've collected nothing during the time. And they've collected nothing during the time. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it also talks about mitigation efforts. I told you the capital is New Province because of the safe harbor. Paradise Island, Salt Key, that's where Blue Lagoon is, for those that don't know where Salt Key is, and Athol Island. They've allowed Athol Island to be developed so that the limestone natural topography along the water has been chipped down to make it a sandy coast, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, if the surges come through that area, those are now, instead of having a higher barrier with the original godly designed Athol Island, it has a diminished barrier coming into Nassau Harbor. That's not something you do if you're out to protect the environment. If you're actually looking for carbon credits and showing how you're mitigating, this is the opposite of mitigating, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And you look at the housing communities. I think one was done in maybe 7 months. Keys were given out the day after all the water around the properties finally dried. So we're still building in low-lying areas, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And a constituent brought this to my attention. It's not from an area in St. Anne's. This is actually right around the area of Pride Estates. You can see heavy equipment filling up dump trucks. And you also have where all the trees were cleared down. All the trees were cleared down on the site. And all of the hill was dug out. All of the fill was excavated and removed from the site. Why are you cutting down hills when you're trying to mitigate against climate change, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Pride Estates. This has happened in December. This photograph was taken December 16th. Okay? So 1 month, chop, cut, destroy. Next month, we're the global leader. We're the good boy. It don't work like that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. People aren't fools. You can fool the people sometimes, but you ain't gonna fool the Bahamian people all the time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the Bahamian people, it's clear. The Bahamian people from that trip, even to Grand Bahama yesterday, are no longer fooled by this Davis Cooper administration, and you could have whatever convention you want. You can supplement your leadership with any newcomer on the scene. The Bahamian people still will not be accepting what the PLP is offering. They won't be fooled again, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have 3 minutes left, and if the other side can keep quiet for those 3 minutes, it'll be easier for me to get through this. They've had their opportunity to speak. So we had this issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the good Prime Minister for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador saying that what he said in the announcement about the sale of the Grand Bahama Power Company did not contradict what the director of the Grand Bahama Power Company came out and said. The Prime Minister said that there was an agreement that they would be closing in 60 to 90 days. The director from the Grand Bahama Power Company came back and said, we've had productive discussions, but there has been no agreement yet. He says it right here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. While the discussions are active and have been productive, there is no final agreement at this time. So the representations in what seems like less than 24 hours, it might have been 36 hours, in less than 24 hours, 36 hours, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a contradiction. And the Prime Minister of all people, even though he's head of the executive, he's just a regular member of Parliament in the House of Assembly, he came here today and said there was no contradiction. And while we've been in here since that issue came up between the leader of the opposition and leader of the government side, there's been a press release from the Grand Bahama Port Authority, the regulatory body for utilities in Grand Bahama. And if you give me 1 minute, at present it's usual business with the GBPC, continuing its focus on the safe, reliable, and efficient delivery of electricity services to Grand Bahama. It goes on earlier to say, Grand Bahama Port Authority is not aware of any finalized agreement or confirmed sale of the Grand Bahama Power Company. Emera has confirmed to GBPA that discussions with the government remain preliminary in nature and have not progressed to any concluded or binding arrangement. Grand Bahama Port Authority has been further advised by Emera that it will be informed should any substantive development arise. Come on, you can fool the people sometimes, but you can't fool the Bahamian people all the time. And the Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are not going to be fooled by this Davis, Cooper, whomever comes in behind Cooper or Davis administration. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I said I was going to conclude with 2 amendments, and I'm going to propose these. I know that my good colleague from Freetown may listen. In the climate change, carbon...
Yeah, honourable member, I need you to wrap up, please.
Yep, 1 minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In Section 3, it's of the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Bill. It reads, Section 18 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 2 by the deletion of the words appropriate ministers, plural, and the substitution of the words appropriate ministers. So the words that are being amended by this document are the same as currently there. That doesn't make sense. It probably should be reading that the words appropriate minister and the substitution of the words appropriate ministers. In item section 4, it reads, amendment of section 26 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 3 by deletion of the words minister of environment and substitution of the words minister with responsibility for reporting obligations to the UNFCCC. That person is already identified in section 2 as the Prime Minister. So why have such a long definition? So that's everything, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I did want to just point out that the minister has changed, but the director and everybody that works under the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit is carried over. So one clear step that's being done is to sidestep the former Minister of Environment. The rest of his team, come along, you're doing a good job. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that concludes my contribution. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention. You've done an excellent job as usual, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's always my pleasure to stand up here in this honorable House and represent the great people of St. Anne's.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I rise on behalf of the good people of the Pinewood constituency, whose support I'm very grateful for. Mr. Deputy, I'm going to be very brief. I represent a constituency that is feeling the effects of climate change. Our hurricane season, which is usually June 1st to November 30th, yet a few years ago, our first storm was in the month of May. Mr. Deputy, Hurricane Joaquin was an October storm. So not only storms are becoming more frequent, they are starting earlier, they are lasting longer. And so I feel that it's a must that I give the voice in support of these two pieces of legislation, because of the people of Pinewood has suffered due to these increased weather patterns, floodings, and these same floods affect us in ways socially and monetarily. This year, the government has approved some $20 million for remediation in Pinewood, for which my constituents are very grateful. Mr. Deputy, as I said, I will be brief. Flying around looking for money. On the face of it, it's good political talk. What is direct foreign investment? Do we not go away to other countries to seek investors, whether it be trade shows, financial conferences? What is the Ministry of Tourism doing in attracting foreign money? Because that is where the majority of the funds that come into the Bahamas come from. If we are just to stay here, I don't think that we'll be successful as we have been. Mr. Deputy, Junior Junkanee is tomorrow, and I'll be there support my Cleveland Indians Eagles as they participate for the first time. Mr. Deputy, early on, the member for Long Island made a statement that he has lost faith in the PHA. Mr. Deputy, I am the son of two nurses. My father started out as a male nurse. He ended up as the hospital administrator of PMH. My mother was a career nurse. My father passed November the 4th, 2019, in room 3, Physicians Alliance, surrounded by many of his students. He believed in that institution. He had insurance and could have gone elsewhere. He was attended to by some of the best doctors in the world, according to him. And they were all Bahamians and nurses. My mom was the same way. And while I would admit there are challenges, I do support the PHA. I do support the doctors and nurses that work there. They provide a central service to our country. And we cannot throw out the baby with the bathwater. Yes, there are challenges, but we must support them. And this government is doing its part in renovating clinics and building new hospitals. And I'm sure in the not too distant future, we'll see that narrative change. Mr. Deputy, climate change and how it affects us, because climate change ain't just the storms. I've been fortunate enough to travel to different conferences, whether it's the Clinton Global Initiative, whether it's the UN, whether it's to WAM, of which I am the chairman, continuing the legacy of the late Obadiah Hercules Wilshire. And what is with CHOGM, which have been on the heels of these conferences. And what is coming out is there are countries of the world, a lot of them, The majority of them are in agreement with climate change and also with mechanisms that should assist small island developing states, SIDS, like countries of the Caribbean, like countries in the Pacific, Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands. I have participated in plenaries where these countries are putting out their case because they are on the front line. Mr. Deputy, one more thing. On this carbon credit and the purchase of in these markets, it is not just a country-to-country market. Countries, governments, and individuals could push its credits. Countries sign on to these treaties, and if that means that those countries that are in agreement have companies in it, and if those countries are not, if those companies in those countries are not meeting their targets, they can then negotiate with other countries through theirs for the purchase of credit. And the Bahamas would be a seller. Why? Because we are one of the least polluters the SIDS countries are. And so to just act as if it is carbon credits are only purchased by countries to country, that is not the reality. Mr. Deputy, I have attended one of the side conferences in the UN when the Prime Minister made his speech. There were major banks there. And I won't call the name, but there were at least one who was referencing the Prime Minister who came in with his information, the seabeds that we have, the amount of area that is covered, and what the values are, that the Prime Minister could have identified a number. And that's what banks are looking for. Yes, I hear this cry that, oh, we have not gotten $1 yet. Mr. Deputy, I live in a country where change takes a long time to come. I live in a country where I was raised by my paternal and grand and great-grand. My great-grandmother, Selena Harriet Coakley, was born in 1884. My grandmother in 1910. The Bahamas that we live in is the Bahamas they do not have the opportunity to get. And so what is worth having is worth fighting for. We may not see it now, but I'm sure that if we continue this fight, that will be ours. And I commend the government for this position. I encourage the Prime Minister and this country to keep in its effort so that the Bahamas could benefit from what is going on, because we can't stop the big boys. That is a reality. But if we're going to be suffering, should we not benefit in some way if we have something to sell that is positive? Mr. Deputy, with those few words, I would like to commend the government for this position. Pinewood rests in support.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the leave of the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador, who moved this bill, I rise to close this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, two themes, and only because we're coming clearly near that date because a certain event must happen in this year. Do I rise today to make some points on behalf of the people of Freetown, to the people of Freetown, and to the wider Bahamas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I said in my last contribution that as we get closer to the day, the side opposite will become more and more desperate. We heard just now an assertion that we spent all our time, and I wouldn't use the characterization of St. Anne's, but they would say patting the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador on the back. To be quite clear to the Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what has been taking place is to demonstrate to the people what the choices are this year. And they may wish to run and hide from it because they do. But what is the choice? Is the choice between the action of an organized, motivated prime minister in the person of the current prime minister, and the actions and history of a wannabe prime minister who is the member from Marco City. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this had to have come out because all of them talk about Grand Bahama, but this isn't a debate about Grand Bahama at all. And all of them talk about Grand Bahama because an examination of Grand Bahama should cause them to hold their heads down. I happen to know that the member for Cat Island, Ramkins, and Salvador has a special attachment to Grand Bahama as he started and was in practice there for some time. So he have a special love for Grand Bahama. Coming close perhaps to his love for Cat Island. Not quite there because that's where his navel string is buried. But he has this love, and so he knows some things based on his lived experiences in Grand Bahama. And so for all that they can say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the tree that we've planted has not borne fruit, I would remind the Bahamian people that that is a proper analogy. But you know, Mike Sands, the president of NACAC, when he's playing backgammon with you, would say you never plant a tree in this country as a form of denigration to your skills. But they're complaining about the trees that are being planted by this government not yet having borne fruit when they never planted a tree in this country at all. And that is the difference between the two administrations. They do nothing but talk while we act. I see Senator Hans is on it.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
It's important.
St. Anne's.
It's important for the public to be clear on what Freetown is saying. Are you referring to as this bill as the tree, or are you talking about the mangrove propagules and the F&M has never planted trees? I think you're referring to the bill. But you're getting away from it, so it's becoming confusing.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're definitely not talking about planting mangroves because political parties don't do that. We may accommodate persons who do, as he said, a nonprofit did for that. We're talking about policy in this country. They're talking about the airport, they're talking about the hotel, they're talking about the power company, and they're saying it's not finished yet, it's not borne fruit yet. The point I make is they didn't even try to do anything serious. They didn't get to plant a tree. And so for somebody who didn't plant a tree to talk about the tree you planted hasn't borne fruit yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is really, really rich.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
If they just want to look at Grand Bahama, a tree that the last administration planted was the acquisition of the actual international airport from a privately owned property to a government-owned property. And their best efforts might cost them $100 million now, but they would only be pruning that tree that the last Free National Movement planted. Then you have the hotel sale of the Grand Lucayan Hotel. That had a deal that was in place when this Cooper Davis administration came in, and they stopped, reviewed, and canceled that sale. And today, 4 years later, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they still haven't closed on the sale of that property. Don't say the F&M, please don't say the F&M hasn't planted any trees as you're describing them, because this will be a long evening. The closer has no time limit, and I have no obligation to stay seated when the House is being misled. Talk about the things that you guys have done is my suggestion.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us examine what the F&M did according to St. Anne's. Some persons told them, take this airport for $1. And they paid $1. And I guess they didn't stop to think, why are they giving us this for just $1? But if they want credit for taking something that should be worth more than $1 and having it dumped for $1, let's give them credit for that. They put the manure on the ground, I suppose you would call doing that. and then they did nothing to address the rebuilding of it. Yes, they spent $1. My great apologies to them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They spent $1 for something that was given to them for that. And then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, yes, they bought the hotel, and they let the people keep the insurance money, and the linen, and all the cutlery, and all the plates. They did that. And the golf course. So yes, they did that. So let's give them credit for buying a damaged hotel that was subject to an insurance claim, letting the seller keep the insurance claim, keep a valuable golf course, keep some stuff that they then had to buy to keep the hotel in operation. And by the way, Michael Scott, who headed their persons trying to offload the hotel, didn't think very much of their deal. And Michael Scott cannot be said to be a PLP. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's give them credit for that. Everyone was crying out about the power company. They did nothing about it. And so that's where it is, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The point I started to make before I was interrupted was that going into this season, the public will hear a lot about things that we've done that haven't yet been completed. And that is the nature of addressing systemic problems. So they will drive around and point to potholes in the road and not mention all of the miles of roads paved in Exuma, all the miles of road paved in Cat Island, all the miles of road paved in New Providence. They will go all over, in fact, for the first time, all over the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, not limited to New Providence. They will they will, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and members of the public, point to things that we've not quite gotten to. What they will not say is that the list is so long because of things they did nothing about. They will claim they had all the designs for this hospital block and nothing. And so that is the point that I make, Mr. Deputy Speaker. St. Anne's talks about we inheriting the thing on carbon credits. Monetization of carbon credit became popular. He said oh, sorry. You missed that part. That was some serious reason. No, he didn't say that.
Thank you, baby. Appreciate you.
Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes, St. Anne said that the F&M protected the turtles. The F&M protected the sharks. The people who discovered the seabeds were following the sharks who were eating the turtles, so it's really the harvest of their work from protecting the sharks and the turtles. That would be impressive, Madam Speaker, if this thing about monetizing blue carbon credits didn't begin in 2019, when they were still the government, when they should have been alive to climate change because Dorian stormed through the Bahamas in 2019. And even though the monetization of blue carbon credits became popular after an event in Tokyo, they did nothing for the balance of their term. And so I will give them credits for protecting the sharks, for protecting the turtles that caused the seagrass beds to be found, but we cannot give them credit for doing anything else with regard to monetizing it. And Madam Speaker, their talk about we haven't gotten a penny yet is mind-boggling. That almost sinks to the level of the COI. They believe that to get $300 million, you can snap your fingers and it can happen without putting in place a structure, without putting in place the framework for a market. And if someone were to say that to you in a business context, that'll set alarm bells ringing. what the member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador and this administration has done is to be quite deliberate in ordering our steps, Madam Speaker, to make sure that on the way to our goal, we do not fall or disadvantage the Bahamian people. And I would encourage all Bahamians to look at it for yourself. And you will see that the steps align, one right after another, to get to an end point. There may be changes along the way, but that happens. And Madam Speaker, I will close with this because they're running, the young people would say they're pulling up some tracks, say Nassau Village, that's what they said, pull up selector. They're pulling up some tracks that they've been running all the while. And the famous track all of them try and niggly put in is, well, why you had to travel? Well, we're recruiting nurses from Ghana now, eh?
Absolutely.
We never recruited them from Ghana before. I guess somebody met somebody from Ghana in his travels who he might have had a conversation with, who may have gotten to understand that, you know, yes, we have nurses and some teachers that if you have an issue, you might be able to access. I mean, we had the whole Afro-Exim Bank here. I suppose somebody in their travels might have met some people who might have been so impressed with him that for the first time ever, they hold a meeting outside of Africa, not in the Caribbean country where their office is based, but in the Bahamas, and spend plenty money with tour car drivers, with hotels. I guess another saying, and Nassau Village may be young enough, they say closed hand don't be fed. So if you don't move about doing business, you will not attract business. I say this simply, Madam Speaker, because we are hearing the narratives that will be run by the Bahamian, across the Bahamian people. And Madam Speaker, they traveled very little. They made very little friends. The one thing, Madam Speaker, like a Baptist preacher, this is really my final word. Today, in the world as it exists today, more than ever before, all countries are realizing that the more people you know, the more people you have good relationships with, you may well come to find that they are very necessary, because some people who you thought had your back may not actually have it in the way that you thought. And so the fact that we now have relations with more countries than ever before, the fact that we have a prime minister who has built a relationship with world leaders across the entire world, is the entire world, not just the Caribbean. The contest is between him and Marco City. And I like Marco City because he is my family. But, you know, you got to be frank and honest. And, Madam Speaker, when you listen to what fell from Marco City today in this important debate about something as serious as setting up mitigation against a storm that he almost carried him on East Grand Bahama. I really did not expect that of persons who lived through Dorian, who saw what was happening, and not to understand that possibly getting persons to live up to their responsibility is a task well worth it. It is like a tree, Madam Speaker, that it is worth waiting for the fruit of.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St.
But for Freetown is now bringing disparaging or dishonest remarks toward the member for Marco City, who entirely supported these bills today. So to think and to represent to the public in his closing that Marco City did not appreciate the significance of this legislation is incorrect, and it's actually damaging to the member for Marco City's reputation. It's dishonest. He supported these bills. He spoke about the other issues that came up in Grand Bahama with the recent cabinet visit and the things that were represented, but never at any time did he say he wasn't in support of this bill, either of the two in the compendium. So I just want that to go on the record. I just want that to go on the record, Madam Speaker, because Marco City is not here now. He's out at meetings in preparation becoming the next Prime Minister. And I'm saying that because Freetown is doing its best to make a comparison. But the better man definitely will win, Madam Speaker. But Marco City, supported these bills. As Freetown said, he was almost swept away. Every Bahamian has seen the videos of the water almost to the top of his home. On the doors, the glass looked like his house was an aquarium with water surrounding on the outside. And he was actually on the ground in Grand Bahama in the immediate aftermath, providing assistance and rescue efforts to those residents there. And I'm sure every one of us would react in a similar way, but we all know that that's how Marco City reacted when the time came. He stepped up to the plate.
Madam Speaker, I never said that they didn't support it. I talked about what he said. But from that sheer eloquence, what boggles my mind, since we are approaching an election, they were talking about Grand Bahama. Marco City was there. He would have personally known people whose family members were washed away, who would have had to wait 7 years. 7 years for a presumption of death. Cat Island Rumpkins in Salvador, who was not there, who just has a heart for people, hearing the cries of people, as they must have heard the cries of people from being struck in 2019 all the way up to 2021 when the Bahamian people rolled them out. They heard the cries for 2.5 years, and basically what they were telling the people whose relatives were missing is y'all got to wait another 5 years.
That's right.
But this government came in and determined that you don't have to wait another 5 years because we care about you. I don't want the people from Grand Bahama or Abaco to ever forget that. They were saying, you wait another 5 years before you can access what your family left you. Now here's the beauty of it. That 7 years would have expired in 2026, this year. So when Grand Bahama, all 5 of y'all, because they had y'all all, when Abaco, the 2 of y'all, they had the 2 of them, because they had the 2 of y'all, well, no, that's swept away there. When you go to the polls, just remember, that crew was saying, you should wait until this year to be able to access insurance, to be able to clear up homes. That's what they were telling you. You could wait for 5 years because they did nothing.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Sinan.
The members of the opposition, when that bill was presented in the House of Assembly, so that persons could begin receiving their insurance benefits, all members of the opposition, that's Marco City and the other 6 members, all supported that bill, Madam Speaker. When the last administration was telling people that they have to wait 7 years, that is what you call the law. That was the law. So they were telling the people what the law was. We all supported the bill when it came here. So we did the exact same thing that the government side did. We voted in favor of it to bring benefits to those persons in Grand Bahama, to bring benefits to those persons in Abaco, to bring benefits to those persons that had to relocate from Grand Bahama and Abaco. The member for Freetown is presenting these things as though they've operated in a vacuum, and they're misrepresenting the way in which Marco City and the rest of the opposition reacted to these items. But, Madam Speaker, on the scale of things, on the scale of things, we're still not hearing much new. This is the end of their term, and they have nothing really to say or show the people for the billions that they've been collecting.
Never represented that they didn't support the bill. What I represented is they did nothing about advancing the bill for 2 years. And to his point, the Bahamian people should leave it just like it is, you know. They could continue to agree to everything we put forward for the next 5 years. Although I'm pulling for St. Anne's to be the only person on that side when we come back. Because I like St. Anne's. He's a fighter. He is a fighter, and witness, he is the only one of that side still here. So, Madam Speaker, I am not denying that they agree with everything that we put forward. In fact, Madam Speaker, I am saying that they do agree to everything we put forward, just that they themselves can't come up with it. So the Bahamian people would be well placed to leave in place the government of a man who has led me in legal matters. So I see how he thinks, and I see how demanding he is of people like me who might think a little bit of ourselves. You're made to do what you're supposed to do. You're made to perform. You're made to bring stuff forward. They clearly, that just wasn't with them for 2 years, because how could 5 of them, surrounded by people who needed this stuff sorted out, 7 of them, not just come, and you know, I think I believe Kalani may have done it, you know, if somebody on his side might have said him, yes, do that. I could understand why he wouldn't do it when Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador suggested it. But even if they didn't think about it, when they heard it, they might say, well, that's a lawyer. He should know what he's doing. Our people are suffering. We hear it every day when we go home. All 7 of us do something about it. Grand Bahama, Abaco, do not forget, this was to be your year. If you had left the FNM in place, you only got sorted out before now because of this government. And I would ask, Madam Speaker, as we move forward, that people consider what they did compared to what we did. And in every time I stand in this place or on any stage, I intend to point out that I intend to get the Google Earth pictures of Fox Hill Community Center pool, that they let go green since this is Community Center Week. And we ain't built all 10 of the community centers and completed them yet, but we're well on the way. I do not intend, Madam Speaker, to let the Bahamian people forget that they talk while we act. And for that reason, Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Anne's.
If you can, as the Prime Minister suggested to the reporters last night, Google it. I just quickly Googled it, and the Google result is saying, yes, following the devastation of Hurricane Dorian in September 2019, the Minister administration of the Bahamas considered reducing the 7-year waiting period required to legally declare a missing person dead. So, Madam Speaker, the issue.
That makes it worse.
That's just the beginning. But Freetown was making representation that the FNM didn't do anything about it, and it can't be denied. It can't be denied, Madam Speaker, that when this Davis Cooper administration came in, they had a shelf of legislation already in place to pick through and table it in the House. So if we need to, Madam Speaker, I'll be happy to go through the legislation, the bills that were put in place. The fact is that the administration considered it, everybody on this side supported it, and we also had COVID going on during the time. The House of Assembly wasn't meeting as regularly. Some even had to travel abroad for medicinal help. These aren't excuses. The member for Freetown was saying that the Free National Movement did nothing. That is a misleading statement, and I've just proven it to be false.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I'll correct that. No, I'll correct that, Madam Speaker. The people of Grand Bahama and Abaco should know that they considered giving you relief, but decided not to give you relief. And it's worse because had they not considered it, you could say it didn't occur to them. So they thought about it and they decided not to do it. But this government thought about it and decided to do it.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Sinai.
There is nothing that the Minister for Freetown can provide here today to show that the last administration decided to do nothing about it. They obviously, now listen, we just had the big debate argument today about planting the tree. They obviously considered it, they started it. Nothing may have materialized from that initial action, Madam Speaker, but they're the ones that planted the tree. That's Freetown's argument today. It's not about the end result, it's about who puts the seedling in the ground and plants a tree. And the F&M is the party that planted the tree on reducing the number of years. And the people of Grand Bahama can remember that.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, you know, I take credit. No, I take credit for that. Well, I shouldn't take credit for that. Centerville can take credit for saying you could be wrong and strong. And so what Sananza said, they considered it. To be accurate, okay, they considered it in 2019.
I put it to them, I gave them a draft, because I just looked at what they did.
Yeah.
It's not
Not,
rocket science.
yeah.
They did in New Orleans.
And so on his account, they thought about it in 2019. All 5 of the government MPs in Grand Bahama, many who were still here, would go home and hear the cries of their people day in, day out, week in, week in, month out, and the ones from Abaco. They heard the cries. Dorian struck in September, heard it October, November, December of 2019, all of 2020, and for 9 months in 2021, and did not bring relief to you, Grand Bahama and Abaco, in all of that period. I think that correctly puts what's in hands would have me say, and judge them by that is what I say. And Madam Speaker, I would move then that the question be put, and that every time the question be put, and when the ultimate question is put, the judgment is what we have done compared to what they have done. And Madam Speaker, I'll ask that the question be put.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit to give effect in part to the Paris Agreement, including interagency coordination on climate matters, particularly climate finance, climate adaptation, loss and damage, carbon markets, action for climate empowerment, the advancement of climate policies, reports, and plans, and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to establish the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit to give effect in part to the Paris Agreement, including interagency coordination on climate matters, particularly climate finance, climate adaptation, loss and danger, carbon markets, action for climate empowerment, and advancement of climate policies, reports, and plans, and for connected purposes.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I move for the second reading of the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiative Amendment Bill 2025. And before I ask you to put the question on that, Madam Speaker, the member for St. Anne's had pointed out Clause 3, where he says appropriate ministers was changed to appropriate ministers, and that's to correct the spelling error. The first minister only has 1 I when it should have 2. No, it's actually here, though, to correct it. Yeah, St. Anne's point was that the clause read Section 18 of the principal bill is amended in Section 2 by the deletion of the words appropriate ministers. In that case, ministers is spelled M-I-N-S-T-E-R-S.
Yes.
And then substituted by the proper spelling, so that's deliberate and not something that we would need to be amending at committee stage.
Okay.
It could have been. Could have been. Could have. It's in the bill. And the other section is simply because who has responsibility for something is something that the Prime Minister could designate from time to time. And so with that, I would ask that the question be put on this bill as well.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Members. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Act. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Act.
Thank you. For the second readings?
No, for the second readings, I move that the House to now dissolve itself into the committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chairman, the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2025, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I now move that Clause 1, the short title of the bill, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 16 of the bill be agreed. Second. 2 to 16.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 16 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 2 through 16 of the bill is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Next, Mr. Chairman, the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiative Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed. Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I now move that Clause 1, the short title of the bill, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of this bill is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 5 of the bill be agreed. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 2 through 5 of this bill is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
I now move that the House do resume with the Speaker in the
Is
chair.
there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair. Speaker of the committee has examined several bills making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bills, making no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing.
Move for the third reading and passing of the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Bill 2025.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to establish the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit to give effect in part to the Paris Agreement, including interagency coordination on climate matters, particularly climate finance, climate adaptation, loss and damage, carbon markets, action for climate empowerment, the advancement of climate policies, reports, and plans, and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to establish the Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit to give effect in part to the Paris Agreement, including interagency coordination on climate matters, particularly climate finance, climate adaptation, loss and damage, carbon markets, action for climate empowerment, and the advancement of climate policies, reports, and plans, and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Climate Change and Environmental Advisory Unit Act 2025. For the third reading?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiative Amendment Bill 2025.
2026, okay. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Act. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for the third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiative Amendment Act 2026. Further third readings?
No further third readings.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the clerk do take the bills passed in this honorable House today to the honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. I see it. Someone put him out. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions, member statements, Appointment of Select Committee. Instructions to Select Committee. Discharge of Select Committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to give notice that at the next meeting or any such meeting thereafter, the following resolutions are to be debated for passing. First resolution is a resolution to approve the government guaranteeing the issuance of the performance letter of credit by Banco Santana in the amount of $30 million in the currency of the United States of America on behalf of Bahamas LNG Partner Limited as required under the LNG SPA upon such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government.
Order that the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order the notice still on the table.
Beg
Future
leave.
notices?
Sorry.
Madam Speaker, I rise to renew.
No, I finished.
Oh, you have another one?
I have a couple.
Now you no rush. You want to go over with your leg?
Yeah. Madam Speaker, beg leave to give notice of the following resolution. A resolution to approve the government guaranteeing Bahamas LNG Partners Limited obligations under the LNG SPA to facilitate the issuance of the revolving line of credit by Banco Santana SA in the amount of $99,999,999 on such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government.
Thank you, honorable member. Order the notice be.
I think I know my numbers. I think I know my numbers. Don't say no like yeah. That's $1 short of 100 million.
Thank you. Oh, goodness. Order the notice still on the table. Further notices?
Madam Speaker, beg leave to lay on the table a resolution for the approval of the government to guarantee the issuance of a performance letter of credit by Banco Santana SA in the amount of $30 million in the currency of the United States of America on behalf of Bahamas LNG Partner Limited as required under the TDUA upon such terms and conditions as may approved by the government.
Thank you, honorable member. Order the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order the notice to lie on the table. Future notice, further notices?
Yes, Madam Speaker, beg leave to lay on the table of the House a resolution to approve the government of the Bahamas entering into a guarantee agreement with the bank for the project, guaranteeing the repayment of all sums that may become due and payable in respect of the principal interest by the company under the loan agreement for the total sum of $1,860,000 for the development of an integrated Afro-Caribbean marketplace on the island of Grand Bahama, whose overarching theme is to boost trade, investment, and connectivity between Africa and the Caribbean.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order that notice to lie on the table. Further notices? Recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
I now renew all notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, honorable member. Senat?
Renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House on its rising to adjourn to Wednesday, the 4th of February at 10 a.m.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 4th of February, 2026 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
I now move, Madam Speaker, that the House do adjourn to the 4th, Wednesday, the 4th of February at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now stand adjourned to Wednesday, 4th of February, 2026 at 10 a.m.
All right.